Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning.
All right.
Okay, do we think we have everyone in?
Yes, that's everyone from the waiting room, so I think we're pretty good.
Thank you, Alyssa.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Welcome, welcome. It's great to see your faces. We've been doing a lot of email back and forth. So even though we can't be face-to-face right now, it's good to at least be able to connect this way. We have a full day scheduled for you with a lot of great information. So we're going to start off without further ado by welcoming President Agnetti to say some words for us. Dr. Agnetti.
Well, thank you, Sarah. And I'll make sure I'm off mute. Am I audible? Excellent. Thank you very much. And it's my understanding that I'll be sharing this time slot for the next half hour or so with Kim Hartshorn. So Kim and I did not pre-arrange our scheduled comments. So I suspect that maybe what we can do is we can perhaps give some opening comments, and then the two of us can work back and forth on a couple of points as they arise. But I just, again, I'm honored to officially welcome you to SUNY Plattsburgh. And that may sound like a really formal way of saying it, but I just want to say that you've arrived at a very special place. And as you come to know the institution, the staff, your colleague faculty, the students in the community, it is indeed a very, very special place here, tucked up at the most northerly corner of New York State. And I think when we do get past this COVID event, you're going to appreciate your access to the North Country and the wonderful things that Montreal has to offer. But certainly the beautiful environment that we live in. Talk about a place where you can hike and you can enjoy the outdoors and also have a great, satisfying career. I think SUNY Plattsburgh fits the bill there. My perspective on faculty comes from the fact that that's how I began my life as an academic, as a faculty member many years ago. And as it turns out, it was 27 years ago that I attended my first and my only new faculty orientation. And I recall sitting in the room with a lot of questions about the future. I was, in some ways I felt overwhelmed. It was an information overload. Some folks describe that as drinking from a fire hose. But more importantly, I was still profoundly optimistic and enthusiastic about the journey ahead. I thought to myself, this is my dream job. This is what I always wanted. This is what I worked to achieve. And it was really a very satisfactory situation to think that now I was stepping into this life and that I could have a difference on the lives of students. And for me, the foundational piece of working as an academic, working as an administrator has always been being student-centered and helping our students achieve the dreams that they have to make their educational attainment desires come true. And I think as we work on this aspect, I just lost my screen here. Are we all here? There we are. As we work together, for me, the foundational piece of what the institution is all about is just great faculty working with great students, and that's the essence of the academy. The entirety of the operation and the enterprise that we have here is designed to facilitate that success. Your success as academics and your success as colleagues, but also the success of our students. And so I wanted to give you a little bit of a background on who I am, but rather than sort of continually to occupy space, just wanted to let Kim have an opportunity. Kim, if you have any opening remarks before we get into some personal stories here. And Kim, you're on mute.
I have to unmute myself. I'm Kim Hartshorn. I'm the president of the Plattsburgh chapter of United University Professions. I teach in the theater department. I've been the chair of the theater department for many years, although I'm stepping down as the chair this year. And I've been here since 1989. It was, when I first when I was when I was doing the job search, I looked at the road atlas, which we used at the time, since there wasn't any Google Drive or Google Maps, and checked the place out, and it looked like a place we would really like to live. And then as I looked into it more and came to the interview, it really what turned out to be that place. It's been a really good career here for me. The SUNY, I don't know how many of you may be familiar with the State University of New York. It has existed since the 50s. It was originally it was a sort of a coalescing of the existing normal schools that were in the state. But it really had its true expansion during the Rockefeller era in the late 60s and early 70s. And the union actually came to fruition right about the same time as the SUNY system was doing its big expansion. So the union, United University Professions, is a statewide union and functions as the bargaining unit statewide for all of the state-supported campuses in the SUNY system. So we have a contract that is a statewide contract, and it actually results in the largest higher education bargaining unit in the country. It's worked really well for us over the years. It has worked to ensure the terms and conditions of employment for all of our professional staff and academic faculty. We are the bargaining unit for the academic faculty and the professional faculty throughout the system. So that's just sort of a brief overview. Welcome, glad to see all these faces. It's going to be an exciting year.
And Kim, I couldn't agree with you more. It is going to be an exciting and interesting year. I think we're going to stop using the word unprecedented, because it's sort of become precedented now with respect to where we are in terms of the current situation. And just to springboard off of Kim's comments, Kim indicated a long tenure here at the institution. I'm new, just like you all are. I came to the institution in late January. So my first day on SUNY campus, SUNY Plattsburgh's campus, was actually the opportunity to attend an MLK Day event. And I had approximately 6 weeks before we went into the entire, I'll say the post-COVID world of remote education and doing the logistical piece of trying to determine a safe way to restart the campus. For me, coming into a system, I'd already worked in a system for the past 4 years. I was in California, in the California State University system. And in many ways, the CSU and SUNY they almost are like you're looking in a mirror, sort of two parallel universes. Essentially a large structure, sometimes it feels unwieldy. The CSU, as you might expect, is always bragging that they're the biggest. They serve 475,000 students across 23 campuses. CSU serves a very diverse student population, but it serves a population that represents the state of California. When I came here to interview last September, what I discovered with looking at the demographics and the IPEDS data for the state is that the state of New York's demography is changing rapidly as well. And one of the things that I dug into during the interview process was, how have the student demographics changed here at SUNY Plattsburgh? And in looking at what IPEDS data tells us in terms of, and there's another, I'm going to get a little geeky here, there's another data set called WICHE, which provides you the demographics of high school graduates. It's a high probability that by the year 2035, SUNY Plattsburgh will be a Hispanic serving institution based on the distribution of high school graduates here in the state of New York and the areas of the state that we draw and attract our students from. And I think that's a tremendous opportunity for the campus as we think about how do we serve individuals who are traditionally underserved by higher ed today. When I came to SUNY Plattsburgh during the interview process, I identified 3 important areas that really were opportunities for the campus to move forward in. And I'm going to just give you the 3 E's, and it's just serendipitous that my last name starts with E as well. So the first one was equity. The second opportunity I saw was around the area of engagement, and the third area was around enrollment. And they are, and you can say them and keep them very separate and sort of individual silos, but from my perspective, the equity, the engagement, and the enrollment aspects of this campus really blend into one, in many ways, one ecosystem. For me, the equity component is very important as we serve our students to ensure that from an equitable and an equity lens perspective for the campus, that all of our students have an equal opportunity to succeed, to receive an outstanding education, and then have an opportunity for a wonderful career and a great life here in the state of New York. But embedded in that equity position and statement is a strong self-examination and reflection of what we do on this campus to be both anti-racist and anti-oppression supporters for not only for the students, but also for the campus community, but for the larger community here in Plattsburgh. I think we have opportunities on our campus to begin to examine how do we best address the concepts of institutional and structural racism. How do we develop systems changes for our campus to be an exemplar that will allow students to understand that SUNY Plattsburgh is a special place that is taking the issue of equity seriously and making progress towards that. So I'm always excited when we have a new group of faculty joining the institution, because you really become the change agents for the campus, for the future generations of students. Many of you will spend 25 and 30 and perhaps 40 years here at the institution. And someday, one of you may even be a dean or a president or a provost here. So you just never know what the future holds. But I'm excited that you're coming to us at a time where we're elevating the conversation about equity. The engagement piece is an opportunity for the community and the campus to come together to have these really, I'll say, powerful conversations and how we drive the concept of an equitable community and being able to support our students and how does the institution support the community. And the enrollment piece is an interesting one. Enrollment is a challenge all over higher ed today, but I believe that SUNY Plattsburgh is in a uniquely situated situation to be able to capitalize on its place here in the environment, its place as essentially the cultural and economic and I'll say academic leader for the North Country. We have a fundamental opportunity and a responsibility to be a regional master's comprehensive university that serves the North Country, that ensures that we always have access to great healthcare, to access to great education and K-12 teachers, access to business and entrepreneurial opportunities as well. So we help drive the economic engine of this North Country area as well. And we do that in a tremendously strong symbiotic relationship. So I don't think it's possible to tease equity and engagement and enrollment from one another. I think it's all together as one simple, like I said before, one straightforward, one simple ecosystem for the work of the campus. So that's a bit of a perspective of what I see as a tremendous opportunity for our campus, and I'm excited that you're joining us here. 30-second bio for myself. I came from Canada. I came to the U.S. as an international student. I received a doctorate in plant pathology at Penn State. Who knew that pathology and epidemiology would be of any source of use as a university president, but it's helpful to be a biologist in these COVID times. I was a dean for 5 years. I was a provost for 4 years in the Cal system. And as I said, I've been president here at SUNY Plattsburgh since late January. So roughly 7 months here on the campus. So that's my brief bio, and I'll hand it back over to Kim to see what he would like to add as well. So Kim, over to you.
Yeah, so we will be having some more information coming out. On the 25th, we are having a general membership meeting that you would all be invited to, We'll also be putting together an online new employee orientation for the union. Have you all received your new employee kits by any chance? Have you, you can give me thumbs up or no, it looks, so you should be receiving a package called a new employee kit from the, directly from the union. It will have cards in it for some of the union negotiated benefits, eye care and dental, and insurance. Sarah, is that, no.
So they can actually register online. That'll be part of my employment and benefits later on.
Great. I want to share my screen real quick here. If you type in uup.org, oh, it didn't go. That's the wrong list. Let me get back here. Are you seeing the Ulster Unionist Party? Yes. This is what you get if you go to uup.org. So that's not what you want. What you want is UUP info, uupinfo.org, and you'll get the statewide UUP website. That'll give you access to the well, to a lot of information, but especially the contract here and our current agreement. We do have some printed copies if you'd like one, but everybody has access to the contract here. The contract is it's a very thorough contract, and it protects our it really goes a long way to protect our terms and conditions of employment. And if you like reading contracts, it's quite interesting. If contracts kind of make you dizzy, it will probably make you dizzy. But it's a very good document. This current one expires in 2022. So I don't know how many of you may have worked in a unionized situation before. Do you have any questions? No questions. I tell you, it's a good situation to work in. The previous places I had been employed did not have collective bargaining agreements, and when you're not working under a collective bargaining agreement, it could be a great situation or it could be a horrible situation. It really depends on the management and the supervisors that you work under. With a collective bargaining agreement, it evens out the playing field so that everybody knows the conditions under which they're working, under which they're being evaluated, under which they're being promoted, and it becomes it's really, in my way of thinking as a unionist, the proper way to work. Alex, do you have anything else, or do you want to open up for questions?
Well, again, I think, Kim, you and I we're rapidly approaching our allotted time, but I'll just do a couple things. One is I want to reinforce Kim's suggestion that you at least have a look at the collective bargaining agreement or the CBA. There's valuable information in there that can help you with respect to expectations for tenure or how tenure is evaluated. As a dean, I had the pleasure of interviewing every faculty candidate that came to work in the College of Arts and Sciences when I was still working in Michigan. And I would always advise incoming faculty to read the collective bargaining agreement so you have an awareness of what really your union is providing for you. But I also would say, check with your department if you have a policy statement or something that provides you guidance as to the department's expectations for what excellence looks like for your particular unit and your particular, I'll say, departmental field. And I would say that this helps you have a map or a roadmap for the future as to how you'll be evaluated, but more importantly, what your colleagues' expectations are of themselves to best serve the students that are enrolled in your program or your major. And so I would say those are two really valuable documents to get your hands on. And I suspect that most of our programs will have something that approximates a policy statement or a document that helps pave the way to understand what our departmental expectations are. The last thing I'll just mention to all of you is that as you've been transitioning here to SUNY Plattsburgh, I suspect you've been paying a fair bit of attention to our restart plan and how that's going to transpire for the fall. And I want to just first of all acknowledge that there's been a tremendous amount of work that's happened since April with the respect of creating the plan and being able to answer certainly a myriad of questions as to what the fall could look like and how the fall will look like. And I don't want to put Kim on the spot, but Kim was part of one of the working groups that developed the academic continuity planning for the fall semester. But more importantly, the fall plan begins and ends with wellness, safety, and health of the campus. And when we started this planning process, the number one principle that we started with was we need to be prepared to go remote if that's the situation that arises. And so the planning began with that in mind, but pivoted to a place of what would it look like to have a safe restart. And the document that's posted on the website, the restart plan, along with the addenda that are associated with that, is really a reflection of a campus effort to address areas of residential life, academic continuity, health, wellness, and safety, the facilities and the operation of the campus, and even down to some really important aspects of a face mask and a social distancing policy, adjustments that are occurring right now in the areas of conduct, and more importantly, an elevated level of communication to the campus, letting everyone know what's going on, but more importantly for our students, what expectations the campus has with respect to us being successful to have a fall semester here that in many ways approximates a typical college experience, knowing full well that we're going to be very different as we move forward. I've been asked by local reporters, why reopen? Why are we looking at a reopening? And one thing that I discovered in conversations, not just with our students, but with also other presidents in the SUNY, is that for many of our students, being present on the campus is a key for their success. For many of our students, being in a residence hall is the first time, perhaps in their lives, they've not experienced food insecurity. For many of our students, they don't have the technology or the access to internet capability to be able to continue their education in a way that will provide them continuity and progress towards degree. And what I worry about is in these COVID times is that we are seeing inequities among student populations with respect to who's being successful and who's not. And my chief fear is that our most vulnerable students, if they don't continue their education at this critical point in their lives, they may fall into a chasm that they can't recover from. And for me, that would be a tragedy with respect to their future and their success as certainly as citizens here in the state of New York. So we are doing everything possible to ensure the health and safety of the campus, but we are doing it from a student-centered approach. And this is, again, about our students from day one. So I just wanted to reemphasize that if you've not had a chance to see the plan or the current iteration of it, it sits on our website on the COVID-19 tab as you log on to the main page. So I'm going to stop there. I don't have any, I know that we're actually intruding now into the next section of inclusive excellence with Dr. Cromwell.
Thank you, Dr. Agnetti, and thank you, Kim. Good morning, everyone. I'm Diane Merkel. Welcome. It is now my pleasure to introduce Dr. Ann Herzog, Provost and Vice President for Academic Affairs.
Thank you, Diane. And I'm watching the time. I have 20 minutes, and then Dr. Cromwell will be talking with us about inclusive excellence at Plattsburgh. So I want to be careful with my time. But I want to say welcome. I'm really excited to see you all today, although I wish we could be together, right? You're really unlike probably most other classes of incoming faculty in history, unless in recent years you might have been employed at a fully online institution, and this is the way you would orient. But you're really unique, and so am I as an incoming provost, because this is only my 6th week here. And so I've been existing in this online format as well, and working with a president who has transitioned at a really unusual time. But I'm confident, that we're finding our way together, and it is tapping into new levels of creativity, I think, on all of our parts. We'll echo a little bit about what Alex said, because I've done a lot of these orientations in the past as a dean. I was an English professor in the Pennsylvania state system for 18 years, and then 9 years as a dean in Western Massachusetts. But I always loved these sessions because I interviewed all the faculty that I hired, and I loved talking to new faculty and mentoring new faculty. So let me just put that out there as you transition to Plattsburgh. Please know that I'm here for you as well, along with your chairs, your colleagues, and certainly your deans. And I remember, it's funny, Dr. Ignetti talked about 27 years. That's exactly my timetable. I remember my first orientation and the information overload, feeling both excited but also nervous at the same time. And what I've tried to do in the past with the faculty I would speak to is to give them some tips that I have learned along the way. So that's the way I want to focus my comments. Often I would talk with them about the institution and more about, what they might want to explore on campus, or just kinds of things that aren't readily apparent in all the statistics or the publicly available information that you might see. But the fact is, I don't know a lot yet about Plattsburgh. I'm much like you. And so I am seeking to learn much more in the coming weeks as students are back. I was so excited yesterday to actually see some of them outside my building who were working on the orientation crew for new students. It just brings life to any campus that we don't have over the summer quite as much. But I guess what I would want to say, a couple of things. Whatever you experience this fall, whatever you experience this year, is really a fragment of what you will fully experience when we have moved through this COVID period and are fully functioning in a different way. It may not ever be exactly the same way. I'm sure you've been seeing that in all kinds of newspapers and public media, but it will be better, I believe, and different when we have more freedom of movement again. What I do know about Plattsburgh, and I've already gathered from working with the dean's team that I'm working with and faculty who've been meeting with me, is exactly what Dr. Ignetti said, the ethos of this institution, that we have very strong dedication to students and a passion for transforming their lives. And I think you will experience that and see that in all kinds of ways as you move more into your work here. So here's my tip section that I want to share with you. One thing I think that is really important, and I want to acknowledge some of you are probably not, this is probably not your first tenure track job, but for others it is. But I still think it's helpful to think about some of these same principles. If you are coming out of dissertation mode, you well know that that's an experience that involves a lot of isolation and often a focus on somehow you're supposed to hit some, high perfect bar of excellence, right? That you're supposed to show that your work is original and creative in ways that are different from what has already been accomplished in your particular area of specialization. And that's required, right? And pretty essential for accomplishing that phase of your professionalization. But once you become a faculty member, the best and the most successful new faculty I have experienced understand that they need to transition out of that mode. So now you're not going to be as isolated. Now that you need to be more collective, more communally minded in terms of your department, in terms of the institution. And I hope that's a relief for you as well, because often that isolation period is incredibly challenging. I also want to say that I've always said to new faculty that you can expect bumps. You can expect bumps in your journey here and in your transition here, and they will happen, and they happen to everybody. So when we put those in context and not be overly disturbed by them, I think it's an easier transition period. One bump that I've often seen with new faculty, and I definitely experienced it myself, is teaching one student demographics, teaching on one campus is not always or not often even an exact match as you move to another institution. And I remember as a new faculty member, I was not prepared for that at all. So I had taught at, all through my PhD, I had taught at Rutgers in Brunswick, New Jersey, and I was teaching majors in that department. Then I moved into public state system in Pennsylvania and was teaching a lot of general education, which I was very unfamiliar with. And you may soon, I hope, realize that we have a recently approved and revised general education core curriculum here at Plattsburgh. But that's a big difference in teaching that I really wasn't prepared for. And it's not just the general education, major difference, but student demographics differ. And so just, as a former English professor, storytelling is important to what we do, writing. Let me just share with you a quick story that from my own history that would exemplify what I'm talking about. So I was hired late in the academic year for that first tenure track position. And my first semester schedule was just awful. They gave me 100% 7 p.m. to 10 p.m. at night teaching. So I was in a department when most of the department was gone every day, isolating. And I'm a morning person, so that's not a great time for me to be teaching. But I was teaching a couple sections of general education literature, which were the worst experiences of my teaching career. Students, by and large, would say that they hated reading, didn't want to be in those classes. So it was tapping into every ounce of creativity I had as a faculty member. But, and things that I had done at Rutgers that had been very successful in the classroom with the same type of course, I would just see flat, no reaction. They were not enjoying it. So I remember one of the things that I did that I felt was a good move on my part, and I would recommend if you're having any experience like this, was I just reached out, a few weeks in to a more senior colleague in the department who taught this type of class regularly. And I said, can I come sit in on your class a couple times and just watch how things are going? And I've actually watched 2 professors teach from that department. And to be honest with you, one of the things I found for myself was just reassuring that I was not completely bombing in the classroom. They were not having the kind of engaging, exciting conversations with students that was my ideal for teaching. They weren't having a lot different than I was. And that just sort of settled me down and recognized that I would have plenty of time to learn to teach this particular course to meet the ideals that I had for student learning. So that's just one little point I would make to you. I would also encourage you to resist the narrative that you will sometimes hear around teaching challenges that some faculty, and I would say they are not the ones who thrive or are the best matches across career for student learning, will slip into a narrative of, oh, these students don't, these students won't. Recognize that we as teachers have incredible opportunities to learn more about our craft and to develop new ways of teaching in the classroom to meet the students who are in our classrooms. So I'm sure I'm just getting to know the Plattsburgh faculty just sort of one by one right now, and I haven't met that many and I haven't heard any of this, but it's on every campus. So I would just encourage you to resist that narrative. I'd also like to say that it's important to know that your impact on students is not always visible and it's not always immediately obvious. And so when I tell you about that first couple sections that I taught that were just so awful in my own memory, I'll never forget that first year late in the spring, I ran into one of the students who had been so non-responsive in one of those sections. There was a student who sat in the back row with the baseball cap pulled down to the chin. And the person started chatting with me and actually said, that was my favorite class last fall, Dr. Herzog, that was my favorite class. And I just about fell over because I would have loved a little more indication of that when I was teaching the students. So again, recognize your impact is lifelong and not always obvious. And I'll give you another story on that point that has always been something I've hung on to because it's a special memory for me. I had a graduate student I was working with named Kevin. I was mentoring him to learn to teach. He was in a master's program. He got a terrible brain cancer in his second semester working with me, and ultimately he did pass away. but I watched him teach all the time. It was part of the program I was in. And I'll never forget this one student that he called the slacker. That's how he referred to her. It was a writing class. He felt something for her. He knew she had a lot to offer, and he wanted to draw her out, and she was not being drawn out. And so every once in a while, he'd tell me a story about the slacker or something that she wrote. Well, I ran into her. I actually taught a class that she was in after Kevin had passed away. She wouldn't have known he had passed away because he was a grad student, but she was talking with me one day after class, and I asked her about, I said, I remember you from that class. I wonder if you knew about what Mr. Boyle, and she immediately said, he's the best professor I ever had. So again, his sense of her and what she was taking in was quite different. I hope you will seek mentors, both inside your departments and outside of your departments, because they have a lot to offer you. If they don't reach out to you, ask somebody to have a cup of coffee, or just meet in whatever capacity. Right now, it could be Zoom. If it's somebody who shares an area of specialization with you and you'd like to learn more about how that fits in your department or at SUNY Plattsburgh. Campus relationships are incredibly valuable, and you will never be able to predict how connecting with somebody, and it doesn't have to be a faculty member, it can be somebody in student affairs, somebody in the registrar's office, people all over campus can be very supportive of you and valuable in terms of your growth and success at the university. So build those relationships where you can. I hope you will engage in campus events on our campus. They're so important in terms of co-curricular learning, growth that happens outside the classroom. That's really important. And, attend performances, attend sports events, attend lectures. Try not to get so drawn into your responsibilities in your discipline and in your departments that you don't continue to enjoy, all of these riches that are part of university life. I think your deans and chairs may tell you something differently, but I always told my new hires that I thought the most important thing in their first months, really the first year, was to get your teaching going well on the campus. You definitely have to meet other expectations of the job for continuing employment and tenure and promotion, but teaching is what you need to get in place so that you're confident and comfortable in the classroom. And so I always encourage new faculty not to be concerned about putting the kind of bulk of their effort there. And the last thing I would say, I got just a couple minutes, is remember that when you teach, you are not teaching the students that you were, right? And I've had so many conversations with faculty about the fact that we know what we felt comfortable with in the classroom. And too many people, I think, try to replicate that environment, assuming, right, that all the students in the room are going to appreciate, learn well, value what you valued when you were first teaching. And it's just simply not true. And the sooner you recognize the complexity in the classroom, the different preferences really students have for a classroom environment and how they learn, the better you can work with all of them. I don't know how many of you have ever heard of the Beloit Mindset List. It's now overseen by Marist College. I've been trying to get this year's copy, but I couldn't find it. It was password protected. It's basically this interesting list that has been produced for decades about the incoming traditional 18-year-old class of students. And what's neat about it is it reminds you about how you are different and how I am definitely different from these traditional age students. So I did pull some things from last year's list, just I guess I have 5 as an example. And the students coming in this year were born in 2002, right? Just keep that in mind. Last year from the list, the primary use of their phone for the incoming students has been to take pictures. Nearly half of their generation is composed of people of color. Snapchat is their social media app of choice, and they like this because they're removed from the dilemma of whether or not to friend their parents on Facebook. They've grown up with big data and ubiquitous algorithms that know what they want before they do. And they have probably all been gaslighted or ghosted. Okay, just, maybe terms you're familiar with them, but maybe don't define your generation. In closing, I would just say one of the things I've always liked to do is share any kind of community local gem that I have found. It's been my experience that a lot of faculty like coffee. I definitely do. There's a wonderful Adirondack Roasters, which is on Route 3. I drive by it on the way to campus. They have a wonderful drive-up window, excellent coffee. And you don't face the same line that you will at either Starbucks or a Dunkin' Donuts in the area. So thank you. I'm excited to work with you. And I'm going to turn it over now to Dr. Michelle Cromwell, who is our Vice President of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion.
Thank you so much, Dr. Herzog. So I heard everybody saying to you, first of all, welcome. And what I love is that everybody is sharing with you that we have all been where you are. So I'm seeing all the names to Sean and to Scott and to Ashkanka and to Julie and to Nana and to all of you that are here this morning, welcome, welcome, welcome. What I want to say to you is that I was in your shoes maybe in 2004. So I began teaching full-time in 2004, became a tenured professor in 2009, I believe, and actually left the classroom to get into the work of diversity, equity, and inclusion, which I've been doing for about 20 years. But I think very often when administrators come before you, some of you might be thinking, yeah, what do you know about my experience? So I want to share with you that I have been there. But I don't just want this to be about me talking at you. I want us to sort of like engage a little bit, but I also want to share with you some of the work that we are doing at SUNY Plattsburgh, because I assume that many people have gone onto our website and have tried to understand what our DEI footprint is. But so I want to share some of that with you this morning in our time together. But everybody has been talking about who they are. So I want to share a little bit about who I am. I think I would first say that I'm a yogi. So, you know, yoga is a big part of my life. I teach yoga. I've been doing yoga for like the last 25 years. Started teaching yoga in 2006. So it's a big part of my life. So I always describe my first self as a yogi. I'm also a chef. So a lot of what I do revolves around food, and that's also cultural because you can tell from my accent, I come from a land of far. So originally from Trinidad and Tobago, and came to the United States, I think in 1998 to do my, my graduate work. And I'm also an equity-minded educator, and we'll talk a little bit about that, because even if I'm not in the classroom, I feel that I started off as a teacher. My very first degree is in education, and I was a music teacher for a few years and then moved on to other careers. But whatever I do and wherever I do it, I'm an educator. So I want you to know that we're kind of like on the same page with that. And I want to talk a little bit more about who we are at SUNY Plattsburgh as we move towards this idea of inclusive excellence. So I want to share my screen, so bear with me for a second. And I hope that it will work. So if you're seeing the presentation, just give me a thumbs up. Perfect. So I don't do this work alone. And I love to say, as some of my friends in the work would also say, that I want to be in everybody's business. I want to be like salt. So I come with a team, and at SUNY Plattsburgh, we have almost like a number of iterations of the work. So we have an Office of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion, where Jenny Vernay and I like to say we live, and we're in Kehoe 610. Then we have the Center for Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion, where our Title IX coordinator, who you would meet later on this morning, that's Butterfly Blaze Beor, and Autumn Bennett and Zayasia Nadler. They are all in our Title IX area. And this sits in diversity, equity, and inclusion because the work of Title IX is not only in compliance, but it's also in equity. We also have in the Center for Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion, our coordinator for multicultural initiatives, and that's Sean Rice. Jaron Jeffrey was our graduate assistant, and he graduated last semester. We haven't updated it yet because we love him so much, but he was a part of the team. So I want to talk a little bit about my role and my work. So one of the things I like to say is that my job is not really to fix anything, but my job is to point out the things that are not working, and then to invite a number of people in, including you, to come together and to work on fixing what needs to be fixed. And very often, a part of my role is pointing to the things that sometimes we don't see, or pointing to the things that are obvious, but we avoid and we don't want to talk about. So in talking about my role, I always share this graphic. And one of the things I want to really iterate today is that I always come to this work. Remember, I said that I'm a yogi. So I'm also going to be transparent. I'm a practicing Buddhist, and I've practiced Buddhism for a number of years. I'm not saying that I'm perfect or enlightened, but I just want to share that I always come to this work from a place of compassion and kindness. So even when it feels uncomfortable, I want you to know that you have a partner here that's going to be courageous. Nothing scares me, nothing or no one, but also coming to this work from a place of compassion and true kindness. So I want to sort of like get into what I call a couple words from our sponsors. So in talking about this work of inclusive excellence or diversity, equity, and inclusion, I want to share with you sort of like how we at Plattsburgh are engaging around these terms. And when we talk about equity, and I'll talk a little bit more about where we're moving with equity, we really want to talk about and understand how minorities and people that are historically underrepresented, not just racially, but across the board, don't always have access to education. And I think what you will hear consistently throughout the time today is that we at SUNY Plattsburgh, we're really about giving access. One of the other things I want to say to you is that nobody ever leaves an institution because there wasn't enough diversity training, or that there wasn't a class on this or a class on that. They leave, including you, faculty, because they didn't feel that they belong. And that idea of belonging is really very important. So I love to say that I'm in the business of belonging, because it's important to make all of you that, that are members of our community feel that you belong. So I'd always be speaking about that idea of belonging. And I'm sure that many of you have heard this adage that diversity is like being invited to the party and inclusion is asking you to dance. By show of hands, how many people have heard that? So I want you to forget that, because, because for us, inclusion is really a verb. Inclusion really is what are the things we're doing intentionally. So when we think about inclusion, we have to think about what are the intentional things that you're going to be bringing and doing in the classroom. What are the intentional things that I'm going to be doing in terms of policies, in terms of our practices and our programs? And when we do these things intentionally and really revolve in and think about the range of experiences that people bring, that's when people feel that they belong. So belonging is a byproduct of inclusion. And I'm sharing all of this with you because I think it's important that we as an institution, especially for people that are coming in, start understanding, the way that we use the terminology, and that we get on the same page. So I want to ask you a question. We've talked about inclusion, we've talked about equity, we've talked about belonging. What is missing? And if you can type it into the chat. What's missing? Or if you can unmute your mics, you can also say it.
Can you repeat the question, Michelle?
So we've talked about inclusion, we've talked about belonging, we've talked about equity. What's missing? What haven't we talked about so far?
Well, I'm gonna suggest I guess a more negative term: conflict, bias, tensions.
Okay. Anything else? Anyone else? You can type it into the chat, or you can unmute, and you can tell that's the teacher in me. And I love that we're academics, so you all are going above and beyond. But the simple answer is boom. Oops, my slide didn't move. Boom, there we go. We didn't talk about diversity. And when we talk about diversity, I want you to think about diversity as the range of human experiences. So in the classroom, you have to be aware of the human condition that's before you. And think about all these different things that make the students up, not just what you see, but there are also parts of the students' identities that you're not going to see. So for me, I want to always remind you that when we think about who our students are, or even when you think about who you are, you have to think about the range of human experiences. So I shared with you that I'm a yogi, I'm a chef, and I'm an educator. But when you look at me, do you know those things? No, you don't know that I'm Buddhist. You don't know that I'm vegan. You don't know that I have a life-threatening nut allergy. And I'm saying all of this to you so that you can be more mindful that when you think about who you are and who your students are, that you really the range of human experiences, what you can see, but also what you don't see. So I want to move on to talk a little bit about core values. And I put this compass there because for us, or for any institution, your core values are sort of like the compass. I call it the GPS. And your values really determine where you end up. I'm hearing a lot of feedback. So I'm wondering if we can, is it on my end? So in terms of our core values, I also gave you a handout. Can you do a thumbs up if everybody has that big exhaustive handout that I gave to you? And on the very first page, let's look at those core values. And if you can, and I said that's the teacher in me, so we're going to be interacting today. Which one of those core Plattsburgh campus values resonates with you most? And you can either unmute or you can put it into the chat. Which one resonates with you most, and maybe even why?
So for me, the community and civic engagement piece is really critical, especially thinking about how we can effectively tie in our teaching and our scholarship to like impact the larger community.
Okay, thank you, Sam. Anyone else?
I was just going to add the environmental sustainability is really important as well. Just because it's one of those things that, I don't know, it has to sort of move beyond just being one of those buzzwords to really being integrated into our own core values and the way we teach students about it as well, because I think it's really one of the most important things that we need to be thinking about. So,
thank you, Akansha. And am I pronouncing your name correctly?
yeah.
Thank you. Let's hear from one more person. What core value jumps out at you and resonates most with you, and why?
I might break the rule and say two values, combining them: student-centered education and the freedom to speak, think, and write, simply because I think encouraging students that their perspective is valued and can contribute to you know, the communal search that they're undertaking for knowledge and broadened experience is a truly valuable and kind of empowering thing. So.
Oh, wow. Thank you, Scott, and to Sam and Kanchka for sharing. Student-centered education is really a big part of who we are. And if you notice, it's at the top of our core values. And it really is important, as Scott pointed out, especially in this time, that we give everybody the opportunity to feel that they can speak freely, understanding that there's some responsibility with what you say, but we have to give students the opportunity to speak freely. And I mean to our conservative students who sometimes feel that they have to be muzzled, to our students that are very liberal, to our students that are shy, they have to be able to speak and think and write freely as we guide them. So thank you for this. One of the things that I also wanted to share with you, and that's on the second page, is that in November, some of the members of the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion team, specifically Butterfly Blaze, who you will meet later on, and Jaron Jeffries, who I shared with you, graduated, they created some core DEI values. And these values are the values that we want to agree as a campus that we will inculcate in each other and in our students, and that we will use them sort of like as our, as I said, as our GPS for how we operate around issues of diversity, equity, and inclusion, but also for how we can use these DEI core values to help us to understand our core campus values, because they're very interrelated. The next thing I want to share with you is this idea of All Set. And it's an acronym that, I'm not saying that I'm like Peggy McIntosh, but as I think about the idea of All Set, you know, Peggy McIntosh talks about waking up one in the middle of the night and thinking about, white privilege and having all these questions that you wanted people to answer. And I remember thinking about, what do we need to do at Plattsburgh that can really make inclusion excellent, that can make our staff come here like you and feel that this is a place you belong, that this is a place that you don't only survive, but that you can thrive. And then I thought, this idea of being all set is interesting. And I want to say that the idea of All Set is an acronym for inclusive excellence. Because if we do our work of inclusion, right, and meaning that we are student-centered, that we're equity-minded, and that we're trauma-informed, we will be all set. But again, that's just an idea. But how do we actually do that? So I want to spend maybe about 5 minutes talking about that. So Scott, you talked about being student-centered. And the idea of student-centered, and I think at the very end of her remarks, Dr. Herzog talked about who our students are. Our students need a roadmap to success, and we are their GPS. So when we think about being student-centered, we have to understand that we're the ones not necessarily helping the students along, because helping has a strange connotation, but we're supporting them to get to where they want to be. Instead, we're their mentors and we're their sponsors. And a lot of our students, especially coming back now, some of them are feeling befuddled, some of they're feeling disconnected, and some of them are angry. So we have to make our students the center and the axis on which the college spins. And for some people, that's a little difficult to take in, because we want to balance and say it's not just about the students, it's about the employees. But I think what we have to do is to elevate our students' needs. And when our students' needs are met, then our needs are also met. I wanted to also talk a little bit about the campus climate. We talked earlier on about people leaving because they don't feel they belong. And the campus climate is so important to create a climate both in the classroom and outside the classroom that's an expression of all the values that we talked about. You know, the DEI values, the SUNY core Plattsburgh values. And when we create that climate, then our students feel that physiological experience that makes them feel that they want to be here. So I want to talk a little bit about the second part of ALLSET, which is equity-minded. And remember, I talked about me being an equity-minded educator. So very often we'd hear people say, oh, that's an equity issue. But instead, I want us to start thinking in terms of being equity-minded. And when we talk about being equity-minded, it means that we have an eye for inequity. So instead of saying it's an equity issue, we have to understand what the issue of equity means so that we can point it out and we have a sophisticated understanding of exactly what we're seeing. And a part of that requires us to understand the experiences of groups. So earlier on, I said to you that my role is not to fix anything, but to point out some of the things that might not be working or some of the things that we need to elevate and to do in a different way. And one of the things that I definitely have to do is to ensure that we're providing education to our faculty. And it doesn't mean that I have to do it all, but I just have to make sure that I share and that I support that our faculty can get the education around some of the issues of inequity that they might not be able to see. Being equity-minded means that we have to be all these things. And very often we might say, well, it's not about race, but race is sometimes the big bet that always comes back to cause issues of inequity. So we want to ensure that what we're doing in the classroom enables us to be equity-minded. And I want to provide these 5 principles. And I'm trying to remember her name, Estella Ben-Simone from USC, the University of Southern California. She talks about if we can bring these 5 principles into the classroom, that's the beginning of us being equity-minded. To be intrusive, meaning that you have to get in and you have to know your students, not be afraid. We talked about the range of human experiences. Get to understand who your students are. And the only way to do that is to be intrusive. And you're balancing boundaries, but you have to get in to know who they are and to also let them know who you are. And that comes to the second part, which is relational. We have to be in relationship with our students. We don't have to be their friends. I always used to say to my students, I'm not your friend, but I'm friendly. You know, so I'm not going to go to the pub with you on Friday to drink Guinness, but I'm always going to be there for you to be a support. We also have to make sure that we're culturally affirming and by being culturally affirming and culturally relevant, we have to also ensure that what we're bringing into the classroom, that it affirms some of our students' identities and that it also affirms some of the values that we believe in. Being community focused. So I heard speakers at the beginning also say that one of the things that you want to do is to get engaged with the community. You know, get out there, get to meet the students, go to some of the events, come to some of the events the college is having so that you're seen and that people can know that you're a part of the community. And sometimes that can be difficult because you're also balancing that with your scholarship. But it really is helpful for you to think about how you can engage not just with the internal community, but also with the external community. And speaking about community focus, one of my experiences here is that the town of Plattsburgh and its environs is one of the most welcoming communities that I've been to. So I moved here just a year ago from Boston, and I was in Boston since 2004, which is when I got my first faculty job. And I didn't feel that sense of being welcomed, seen, and valued as I do in Plattsburgh. So I just wanted to put that out there. It's a really welcoming community. And the last principle of being equity-minded is being race conscious and not being afraid to speak about race, to speak about maybe your position of where you are, your own positionality, because the students can see it. It's on their minds. It's probably on your minds too. But being equity-minded means that we have to put that out there, speak about it, and engage with it. The last part of being ALLSET is trauma-informed. It really is important, specifically with the event of COVID, for us to understand the trauma that some of our students are bringing to the classroom. And, you know, I will provide some more information for you on this because it's important for us to be able to distinguish between bad behavior and something else. So I just wanted to share this idea of being all set with you. The next thing I want to say about being all set is that we're not just talking about it. So the cabinet, the president's cabinet, has committed to, for the entire school year, to meet the first Friday of every month to start working on being all set. And right now we're doing some of, and I wanted to share this, we're doing some of Bobby Harrow's work on the cycle of socialization and really getting in and having difficult conversations about who we are, how we've been socialized, and how we bring some of what we know to our governing as leaders. And I would want to encourage you to do some of that. So in the education that I spoke about, in making sure that it is institutionally focused, I will be inviting, you know, faculty to join me to do some of this work so that we can really understand where we are so that we can serve our students. I don't know if we have time for this activity because I see that the clock is going. So we can always do this at some other time. It's in your packet. And this comes from the intergroup dialogue. We'll be doing some work on the intergroup dialogue on campus, and I'm partnering with some faculty members from the Department of Communication. So you'll hear more about this. So I have to speed past, and I want to talk a little bit about, so we talked about bias, but I really want to get into our work at SUNY Plattsburgh on bias. We have a team called the Diversity Incident Response and Communication Team. And this team does all of the above. We respond, we also communicate, and then we ensure that people can understand that when there's a response, when there's an incident, that there's an appropriate response. One of the things I want to say about this acronym of DIRECT, we changed our name, I think, from the bias response team to DIRECT, because sometimes people experience things that are not necessarily a hate crime, but they all are diversity incidents. So any incident, right, a broad range of incidents that, that an individual or group experiences because of their membership in a group. So it could be that somebody's overweight, and there might be a microaggression about their size. We want to hear about that because when you experience diversity incidents, it makes you feel as though you're not valued, as though you're not welcome. So I want to encourage you to, I would say this, to over-report. When you experience something, please go to this form. It's on our website. And I hope when I pull this up, it will come up. And maybe I need to share that. But this form actually takes you to our website where you can actually fill out that bias response, the bias response incident. So again, I want to say that it has been a pleasure meeting with you. I want to give you a little time, and we have maybe 2 minutes. At the very end of the packet that I gave you, I wanted to share a resource from Start Talking, which is based on difficult conversations. And it's a host of strategies and tactics that you can use in your classroom to start having conversations that will enable you to be equity-minded. So this is about 77 pages. We're not going to go through it now, but I just wanted to make sure that I gave you that resource. And one of the things I want to say as the call to action is that I want you to bring some of this to the classroom. Bring your equity-mindedness to the classroom. Bring your student-centeredness to the classroom. And also bring your trauma-informed mindset to the classroom. So I have just 1 minute left because I'd like to introduce you to another member of my team. Does anybody have questions? Scott, did you have a question?
Nope, all set.
You're all set. Good one.
Couldn't help it.
So before I introduce you to Butterfly Blaze Brewer, who is our Title IX coordinator, remember I talked about being relational. So I also want you to know that you have access to me. So there's my email. I also give you my direct line, and there's my cell phone. So you can take a picture of that so that you know that you have access to me and that I'm always here. Also find me on LinkedIn, and please follow us on Instagram. So it is my true pleasure to introduce to you a member of our diversity, equity, and inclusion team. And remember, I said that Title IX is not just about compliance. A big part of the work that our Title IX office does is on equity. So I'd love to introduce to you now, Butterfly Blaze Brewer.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Butterfly. It's nice to see you all on the virtual screen here. I am going to spend about 10 minutes, I think that's what I have, to go through some important information with you. Essentially, the things that there are to discuss in regards to dismantling cultures of violence and responding to discrimination, harassment, and violence we need to have lots of conversations over several different points and hours. So I'm just going to give you kind of the key components of what my role is, what our office does, what resources are available to you, and then let you know what other opportunities there will be to get more information from myself and other members of the Title IX team. So Michelle, will the slides come through or do I share it through there?
So I'm sharing them right now, and you can just tell me next slide and I'll move it. So, so right now your slide is being shared. I think it is. Is it being shared?
I don't see it.
All right, so I'll share it.
Okay, thank you. So we can go to the next slide. This is where the office is located, which was on the previous slide that Michelle shared. And so how many, well, I can't really see everyone, so I guess this isn't a good way to ask this question, but a lot of people prior to coming to higher education haven't heard about Title IX. Title IX is really, in essence, a federal law that this is this one paragraph that was established in 1972, and it impacts not just college or higher education institutions, but it also impacts the K through 12 system. The issue is that many people talk about this or talk about sex or sexual violence or interpersonal violence in the K through 12 systems, important conversations like consent. So essentially what ends up happening is that we are working when students come to college to dismantle the last 18 years of lack of education or support on these important issues. So up until August 14th, 2020, so just a couple days ago, there were no major changes to Title IX regulations. We would get some updates in terms of suggestions through Dear Colleague letters and things that we should be doing or taking more seriously. But the Department of Education pushed forward some really specific regulations that we had to be in compliance with. There are things that were optional for us to do, and in what I would say in any instance where it was optional, we chose not to take the route that would remove students' rights. And then additionally, there are some things that we cannot change, but we're going to navigate together. I'm not going to get into this explicitly with you today. The reason for that being is we don't have a lot of time, but additionally, I will be sending an email out to the campus the Sunday prior to classes, which will give you very specific information on these new regulations and Q&As for that section. So we can move to the next slide, please. Our office is composed of 3 individuals. So myself, where my primary functions there are listed for you, but ultimately I'm the person that someone would come to file a report of discrimination, harassment, or violence based on gender or sex. And I would be the person that would essentially work with them based on their needs and their experience to lay out all of the options that are available to them. That includes options for accommodations that they might need. That's the really important equity piece, meaning what can we do to help these individuals continue on with an enriching college experience? What do they need based on their identity and their experience to be successful and to feel supported and to work through the healing through the trauma? So that's a huge piece of what we do. Additionally, I work with multiple resources on and off campus to get them support, things such as counseling, advocacy services, safe housing. If a student needs somewhere safe to stay, we are required under New York State law to give them safe housing at no cost to them. So that is something that we very often are working with students and even faculty and staff to get support in regards to our response to sexual and interpersonal violence. Additionally, I would be the person to lay out an individual's rights in regards to filing an informal or a formal report. So meaning someone has the choice to request that the college investigate the alleged incident and rise it to the level of adjudication either through the student conduct system or through the employee relations system. And that would be based on the employee's bargaining unit, and that process would be carried on either through human resources or through the student conduct office. Autumn Bennett is the person that would receive those reports if a formal request for investigation would occur. One important caveat of this is that while we try to uphold the decisions and choices of an individual that's coming to report as much as possible, one of my primary functions is to identify risks and patterns of harm and potential campus safety risks. So if someone comes to report something to me and it fits into a pattern or a puzzle of something else that I've heard about before, I may have a duty to push the investigation to a formal investigation, whether or not the person is asking us to do so. So Autumn would be the person that would conduct that impartial, neutral investigation. And I think that's an important piece to point out as well. Our office, each individual that works in these spaces as the intake or the investigator must function in an impartial, neutral way, which means that we aren't allowed to take sides. We have to support all parties involved equally. So aside everything I described that I would do for a reporting individual, obviously there's going to be an equity piece, meaning someone who's experienced violence needs more than someone that's been accused of violence in most cases, but an accused individual also gets resources and accommodations and also would have all of their due process rights. The third individual who works in our office, who really is the person that we want people to tap into and utilize the most, is Zaisha Nadler. And Zaisha is the person who oversees all of our prevention, outreach, and education efforts. So she will come to your class if you don't want to have class that day or you want to bring students in to learn more about what we do in our office and speak about issues such as our response to sexual and interpersonal violence, gender discrimination, and talk to you about ways that we can engage students in bystander intervention. So her role is super important. And we ask that you call her in to work with you, work with your department, work with students, so that we really can work to dismantle a culture of violence, which is an issue on every single college campus. Next slide, please. So we talked a lot about what we do for students, but it's important that you understand that the office is here to support you too. The processes are different depending on if you're a student or a faculty or staff member or a visitor to the campus. There's things that we would do to support a visitor as well. So know that anything that we offer is offered to both faculty, staff, and students, but the process would look different. Additionally, it's important to understand that you are in a leadership position in some capacity, and students are often going to come to you to look for support and guidance. And the way that the language works is that under Title IX, students have the college has a duty to respond to anyone that a student might think is in a reasonable position to do something about it. Essentially what that means to me is that could be anyone that they think, they don't really know what everyone's roles and responsibilities are. The way that it's outlined on the campus is that certain individuals are identified as responsible employees or campus security authorities. So essentially what that means is any faculty or staff member who supervises other employees, advises students, is a coach, or overseeing groups of people, has a responsibility in that they must report anything that a student tells them in regards to discrimination, harassment, or violence to me, to the office, and also up their chain of command, depending on what the expectations are with you and your supervisor or your department. And what we like to emphasize is that while not everyone must report, we think it's really important that everyone does report, but not being clear that not everyone must, but we really believe that everyone should, because the only way we can really connect all the pieces of the puzzle and I'm the keeper of the stats and the trends and the patterns and that type of thing, is if we're all working together on this and we're all open in communication. Also knowing that when a report comes to me, I'm not going to jump to immediately do things without having that individual be informed in that consent. And we will find creative ways to approach things if and when there are concerns that talking to me could have an impact on your relationship with the student. So we will navigate those things together. Next slide, please. So essentially, can't tell you everything, as I said at the beginning of this, would like to stay here and talk to you about this for a really long time. I hope that we will have an opportunity to have many more conversations about this. Our door is open. We will meet virtually as well, because I know that's what a lot of folks are doing right now, or social distance, whatever you are most comfortable with. But essentially, you can get a lot of information from our Plattsburgh page by typing in Title IX in the search bar, and a whole bunch of information will come up for you. There's a new section that's titled What to Do for Faculty and Staff, and that's also a handout that I included for this orientation, so that you have that kind of gives you step-by-step things about what you should be thinking about if someone comes to you to report something. Additionally, resources that are available, language that is important to think about and the impact of that language, what it could do in that situation. Because sometimes a person is only going to tell someone this one time, or they're kind of testing the waters. And if they come to that person and that person responds to them in a way where they feel re-traumatized, or they don't feel supported or heard or valued, they're not going to knock on another door. So the way that we approach this is super important, knowing that no one's an expert on someone's experience except for that person. And ultimately, from my perspective, the best approach is if you don't know what to do and you're feeling like helpless, let that person know, I am not an expert, but I am going to make the commitment to you that I'm going to work with you to get you to the people that can help you through this process. So that information is for you. Ziasia's information is here for you. One plug that Ziasia wanted me to put in today, and it's something that we work a lot with departments on as well in terms of department documents, is gender neutral language and the importance of focusing on pronouns. And that could be in your signature in terms of identifying what your pronouns are, and then also encouraging students in the classroom to use that and ensure that we are working to not just stick to the binary of she, her, him on our documentation. It can be evolved in a way that it's neutral and that we're serving all of the folks that we work with. We have a YouTube channel. There's some good stuff on there. At least that's my opinion. I might have a biased opinion on that, so you can check that out. Additionally, you may follow us on social media, Instagram and Facebook. And there will be some exciting opportunities coming up in the next couple weeks in regards to a resource opportunity that will be in that email that I send to you on Sunday. So please look out for that. I think I may be 3 minutes over. So if you have any questions, I would ask that now. No? Okay.
Butterfly and Dr. Cromwell, thank you very much. I'm sorry we don't have more time, but the information you've presented is excellent and most informative. Thank you.
Thank you.
At this time, we're going to take a short break and resume at 10:45. Please take a minute and grab a second cup of coffee or whatever you might want. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. as promised, I will give a little better introduction this time than I did at the beginning of the day. I just assume everyone knows me because I'm always corresponding with new employees all the time. So my name is Sarah Riel. I am the interim director here at SUNY Plattsburgh of Human Resources. I have been in the Human Resources Department for 22 years as of the end of this month. I am a SUNY Plattsburgh alum, so the college holds a near and dear place in my heart. Obviously, my degree was in environmental science with a minor in chemistry. Totally goes into human resources, right? Okay. So what I'm going to do is I did share a PowerPoint in the shared Google Drive under section 4, I believe I was in. Yes. So if you want to follow along, you can. I don't think it's necessarily, it's not required that you do, but you certainly can if you want. We did things a lot differently this year as far as the new fall faculty orientation, obviously, because we couldn't have you here. So it actually kind of worked out a little better. I was able to email you all of your basic orientation packets in advance. So this should be just kind of a review. I will go through my presentation, maybe 15, 20 minutes, and then I'll have some time at the end to answer any questions that you may have. You know, feel free to put them in the chat and I will answer them at the end. If I can't get through everything, I can follow up via email. But normally if one person has a question, 2 or 3 people have a question. So are we good to go? Get started? Everyone feeling good? All right, thank you. Okay, so we will get started. The first thing that we'll talk about is getting you on the payroll. One of the most important things I think that new employees are looking forward to is getting that paycheck, right? We do what we do, that's why we're not volunteers. So the first thing on here is that I-9 employment eligibility. So you were sent that at the very beginning. You got a welcome email from our office when your appointment had been approved. A lot of you have submitted your scanned versions of that I-9 with the copies of your proofs, and that's great. However, we do need to see those original documents that you provided, and those must be provided by next Wednesday, the 26th. So the first thing on that first slide is our phone number, 5062, or contact us at hrs@plattsburgh.edu to schedule a time to come in to show us those documents. It shouldn't take long, but we just want to make sure that you schedule that by next Wednesday, okay? The second thing on here is your first paycheck. So part-time and full-time employees are paid a little differently. For full-time employees, all full-time academic employees are paid from 9/1 to 8/31 of each year. So even though your obligation starts today, that's the dates that you're paid. So your first paycheck will be September 16th, but it will be a very, very small paycheck because it will only be for September 1st, because that hits right at a pay period. Your first full paycheck for full-timers will be on September 30th. For adjunct employees or those part-time academic folks, the adjunct calendar splits each semester's payment into 10 equal payments. So any part-timers, your first paycheck will also be on 9/16, as long as all your paperwork was in on time. But that will be 10 equal installments, okay? And the links to those calendars, depending on which kind of employee you are, were emailed to you in your remote orientation email, okay? We do have emergency loans available because we are on a 2-week lag. we know that it takes a while to get a paycheck from the time you start till that first real paycheck. So the UFirst Federal Credit Union, they are not physically on our campus anymore. They do have a branch office here, but they started on our campus. They used to be the SUNY Plattsburgh Federal Credit Union. They're just up on Ruger Street, and they do have emergency loans available if you need some help kind of bridging that gap to the first paycheck, okay? The direct deposit form was sent to you both with your invitation, I believe, and then I think I included it again with the remote orientation just so you would have that. So that would get returned to payroll. So any direct deposit or tax forms that you complete would go to payrollservices@plattsburgh.edu. Also, any questions you might have or follow up about any of that can be directed to payroll as well, okay? New York State Payroll Online is a way that you can go online and view your paycheck. You can also make any necessary changes to your withholdings through there. You can view your W-2 at the end of the year. It's a very nice service that you can log on to that, and that was also included in your remote orientation. Okay. Any questions on anything payroll or related? I'm just going to keep going then. Okay.
I actually do have, this is just a quick question, kind of a silly one, I think, but for the W-4 form, you need to know how many pay periods there are in the year. Do you happen to know that offhand, if it's bi-weekly for 10-month contracts or whatever it is?
So yes, so full-time academic employees are paid over the entire year, even though their work obligation is only 9 to 10 months. So that would be 26 pay periods in a full year if that question's being asked.
Great, thank you for confirming that.
You're welcome. So we're moving on to the monthly leave records. For full-time academic employees in your first year of service, you accrue 1.25 days each month of sick leave, and that will continue to accrue. It doesn't get used up at the end of the year. It just keeps building until you hit the maximum of 200 days of sick leave. Then it can't go over 200. The longer you're here, the higher that sick leave accrual rate will go until you hit the maximum of 1.75 days per month, and that's after 7 years, okay? It is a contractual requirement to submit those monthly leave records. I guess we get to that on the next slide. For part-time academic employees, the accrual is based on the number of courses taught. So if you teach one course a semester, you would accrue a quarter day per month of sick leave. 2 courses, it's a half a day per month, etc. So you will receive notification via email on the 1st of every month that you have a monthly leave record to complete. It will have the link right in the email that will take you to the time and attendance portion of the portal. And you also received an information sheet on that with your remote orientation that I sent to you. So the leave records are due by the 10th of each month for the preceding month, except at the end of the semester for part-time employees. So part-time employees, those adjuncts, if usually the appointment ends at the days that the grades are due. So for adjuncts, say if that's a May 24th, then after that day, they wouldn't have access to that online time record. So we ask that all of their any end of the semester leave accrual is done by the last day on the payroll. Most of you are full-time, so that won't be an issue. It is a contractual requirement. I know some private colleges don't have this requirement to verify your leave and report absences, but the state of New York SUNY system does. So if you do have an absence to report on those monthly leave records, you do have to round to the nearest quarter day. Academic employees don't use a lot of sick leave. Usually because your schedule is flexible enough, you know, if you have a dentist appointment or something like that, you usually make that appointment for when you're not supposed to be on campus or in office hours or in teaching. But it really is handy for like pregnancy or a surgery where you have to be out for an extended period of time. Then you have that sick leave to charge so that you remain in full pay status. Also, if you save your sick leave, you can use that as a credit towards your health insurance into retirement. We also have no short-term disability, so this sick leave accruals help you bridge that gap if you were to have like a sickness, an illness, a surgery, something like that, that had you out for an extended period of time. Okay. Performance review. So this is actually a section later on this afternoon that they'll go in a lot more detail. I just left the slide here because it's something that we've always included in my orientations. So basically for full-time academic employees, if you have a one-year appointment, you'll be due for review in January of 2021. If you have a two-year appointment, you will be due for review in August of 2021. For part-time employees, all adjuncts will be due next January. So those policies and procedures can be found at the website listed in your remote orientation email and will also be discussed in more detail during a later session. Okay. Benefits. So there was a link provided in your email for the benefit summary sheet. So this is a nice summary. It's a two-page summary of all of the benefits that you are eligible for working at SUNY Plattsburgh in your position. One thing on there is the long-term disability. So long-term disability is automatic. There is no cost to you. It does kick in after 1 year of employment. But basically what it will do is that if you are out for a period of 6 months or longer, you can apply for this long-term disability. And it will pay for 60% of your salary until you're no longer disabled or until you retire. So it is a very nice safety net for long-term disability. Okay. The health insurance, the PS404 is the health insurance enrollment or declination form. You would have to submit the form either way, whether you want to enroll or not. That just lets us know if you're interested in. I have received a lot of them back already, which is one of the perks of getting that information out ahead of time, that you guys were on the ball and I was just, people were firing back forms at me like crazy. I was loving it. So you have a couple options for health insurance. The Empire plan is our only non-HMO plan. And then we have a couple different HMOs that are based on the county that you live or work in. So some people that may be teaching, say from the Queensbury branch campus, would have different options for HMOs than those that are teaching here in Clinton County. There are links to all of that. So if anyone has questions with any of that, let me know. But those are basically your options. There is a 42-day waiting period before your benefits kick in. For full-time academic employees, because your work obligation starts today, that's when we start the clock, so to speak, for the 42-day waiting period. That means that all full-time employees are looking at a start date of September 30th. But once your enrollment is processed, you will get something in writing that has that effective date on it. So you will know, you'll have something in your hand that has that. Prescription drug is included with the health insurance. You will be asked for pre-tax versus post-tax, how you want that premium to come out of your paycheck. Most people choose pre-tax because if you choose pre-tax, then the premium comes out of your paycheck before your taxes are applied. So it lowers your taxable income a little bit, which means it lowers your taxes a little bit. Because of this tax advantage, they do not allow you to make what they call arbitrary changes throughout the year, unless you have what they would consider a qualifying event. Qualifying event would be a change in family status or employment status. You know, obviously, if you get married, that would be a qualifying event to change to family, or if you have a baby, or if you get divorced, that would be a qualifying event to go back to single, that sort of thing. Dependent proof is required for all dependents that you want to add to your health insurance. And really, that's basically birth certificates for everyone. And then in addition, if you have a spouse, then that would require a copy of the marriage certificate as well. We do require the Social Security number is put on the form because we have to submit that, but we do not need a copy of the actual card itself. So that's the health insurance and what it covers, when it kicks in. I will mention with the Empire plan, there is a list of participating providers. So with the Empire plan, you can go to any doctor on that participating provider list and only have to pay the copay, which is generally $25 for an office visit. You might have an extra 25, 30, 40 for some lab work, that sort of thing. But there is no deductible if you're using a participating provider, meaning you don't have to, you know, spend a lot of out-of-pocket money before that the benefits start to kick in. If you want to look for providers, you can go to empireplanproviders.com. It's all one word. And then you put in your zip code, what kind of doctor you're looking for, and you'll get everyone in that area that participates with that plan. So it's a very good plan. Anything on health insurance? And we're moving on. Next on our list is retirement. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, can I just have a question?
Go ahead.
So for full-time faculty, it will take effect September 30th?
Correct.
And just to make sure for the PPO, what's the name of PPO?
So the Empire plan is a PPO, which is a participating provider arrangement, and it differs from an HMO, which is a health maintenance organization. So it's just a different type of health insurance, which means that you don't need to choose a primary physician like you do with an HMO. You have to choose the physician that you want to go to. And then if you want to go to anyone else, you would need a referral from that primary physician. So that's the main part of an HMO. Whereas with a PPO, like the Empire plan, you can go to any doctor in the participating provider directory for that same copay.
What is the logic on the 42-day waiting period? I'm just curious, you know, during a pandemic.
So that is a contractual requirement. You know, it does take quite a while to get that first paycheck. So I think it was somehow tied to being able to get payment in time for that coverage. So I think that had a little bit to do with it. Anyone that's coming from another employer with employer-sponsored health insurance, they do have to offer you COBRA, a continuation of coverage of what you have now. The downside of that is COBRA is ridiculously expensive, and we know that, but unfortunately that's really your only option unless you want to try like the New York Marketplace or something like that. We can't waive that 42 days or make it start any sooner. One thing that I can say, maybe I shouldn't because it's being recorded, however, you do have 60 days to enroll in that COBRA coverage. So I tell people, if you're coming here and say you have like a 30-day break in coverage, look both ways before you cross the street, be as careful as you can, and if nothing catastrophic happens, then you just let our coverage kick in. If for some reason something horrible happens, or you get in an accident, or you have an enormous amount of health insurance costs, you can always enroll in COBRA at that point if it's within that 60 days, and then pay for that instead of the high medical bills. So, okay.
No, appreciate the insight. Thank you.
Sure. Yeah, if you have questions, feel free to speak up.
I have a question, Sarah.
Okay, go ahead.
Can you hear me? Yeah, being a new faculty, are you still allowed to select the pre-tax for medical expenses?
Yes, you are allowed to select pre-tax when you're first hired, first eligible. So now would be the time to do that. If you were a late enrollment, then that would not be an option. You would have to go post-tax, but we do have an option transfer period once a year. It's usually in November or December, where if you wanted to change your tax option, you can do that once per year.
Right, I have just submitted my form, so I did not tick that pre-tax, so I will be able to change it, right?
So yes, if you just want to send me an email and say, oh, I already submitted my form, but I didn't select pre-tax, we can make sure that's processed correctly.
Right, okay, fine, thank you very much. I'll do that.
Okay. Anyone else have any questions? Oh, yes.
Hi, Sarah. I had a question, but it's not related to health insurance, so I don't know if that's okay, and it's probably totally irrelevant for everyone else. But sorry about that. But I just wanted to ask you about the proofs that we have to bring in person, and you said the deadline for that is Wednesday. And what if you're physically not in Plattsburgh?
Okay, so those that may not physically be here right now, you can have someone else view your original documents and sign off on the employer section of that I-9 form. So if you have a campus close by, or sometime a bank will sign off on something, we will accept it from others if you're not physically here.
Okay, like some kind of a notarized.
Right, the same sort of thing, exactly.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Sure.
Sarah, I also have a question. So still related to the document. I forgot to bring it with me in Plattsburgh, but so I'm going back to my place in Philadelphia, and then coming back around September 10th that week. So I was wondering whether it's okay to bring you that file then, or I needed to get someone to mail it to me immediately.
Can someone verify that the original documents that's in Pennsylvania or somewhere else to sign off on that I-9 form?
Like a bank notary, you mean?
Or it can really be anyone. It can be a previous employer, really anyone that can sign off saying that, yes, I have seen the original documents, and that's what is provided.
Okay, so find someone to sign it, but it's like it needed to be an organization, right?
I mean, we have taken it from anyone that would sign it in, desperate times call for desperate measures.
Okay.
Whatever you can do.
Okay.
I can put you in touch with Michelle in our office. She does all of the immigration and issues, and she's kind of the queen of the I-9. So I can put you in touch with her.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome. Let's see. Okay, so we are on retirement. So retirement for full-time employees is mandatory. So you have to choose a retirement system, and you have 30 days to choose that system. This is probably the biggest decision that you'll make as a new employee. And that's not only because I'm also the health benefits administrator, but once you choose a retirement system, you cannot change it. So choose carefully. We have 3 retirement systems total to choose from. 2 are very, very similar. So the New York State Teachers Retirement System and the New York State Employees Retirement System are both defined benefit plans. So that means that you know going into it what your pension is going to look like, because it's based on a formula of your final average salary and your years of service and your age. The third option is the SUNY Optional Retirement Program. With that, when people think of like a 401k, that's kind of what it's like. It's not, it's a 414H, but that's just what part of the IRS code it's under. With the SUNY Optional Retirement Program, it's a defined contribution plan. So we know what's going into that plan. What you get out of it when you retire is based on which accounts you chose and how well that money did, okay? 2 very, very different types of plans. There are pros and cons to each. Your contribution, or what comes out of your paycheck, would be the same regardless of which retirement system that you chose, okay? The vesting periods are very different. So for the state systems, the ERS, TRS, you are looking at a 10-year vesting period. So it will take you 10 years to get locked in and actually be eligible for a pension benefit when you retire. If you separate from service prior to those 10 years, then you would be able to get that money back to you or roll it into something else. You just wouldn't have a pension benefit. With the optional retirement program, the defined contribution plan, that vesting period is 1 year and a day. So you get locked in a lot more quickly. And also with the optional retirement program, if you currently have vested employer-sponsored accounts from either TIA, VALIC, Fidelity, or ING, then we can waive that 1-year vesting period and you would be vested immediately, okay? So, you know, the retirement systems is something to really think about. The TIA did put out a wonderful new hire retirement presentation, which I did share in that Google Drive, that kind of brings you through the options, how to enroll. It is through the SUNY Retirement at Work platform, so it's not something that you would do with us. There's also upcoming webinars that they're going to be providing. I think they're offering like 1 a week to go over the differences between the plans and which one is best for you and that sort of thing. So I'd encourage you guys to take advantage of that if you're not sure which retirement system that you want to choose. Okay. Yes.
I have a question, Sarah.
Sure.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
If someone is already contributing via TIA CREF, so can I continue with that? Can I choose that?
So you can choose TIA as part of the SUNY Optional Retirement Program. It will not combine the 2. But when you get your statement, you'll see contracts from your previous employer and then contracts from SUNY Plattsburgh. Because there is employee and employer money in that account, it can't be combined with anything else.
But I can choose that.
Yes, and they will ask you for that information when you go online and actually select that optional retirement program. It will ask you if you already have vested contracts with one of those providers, and that's where you would enter that information.
Fine, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sure.
Is there a SUNY contribution for the optional retirement program?
Yes, so it's 8% for the first 7 years and 10% after that.
Okay. And does that kick in after the year and the day, or is that right away?
So It technically kicks in right away, but you won't see that until you're vested after a year and a day. So that first year and a day, your money, your contributions will still come out of your paycheck, but they will sit in Albany. So if you separate within that first year, you will just get that money right back to you. Once you're vested, all of your money and all of the employer contributions are then dumped into your account at that time. So a lot of people say, you know, I signed up, I've been contributing for months, but TIA says there's nothing in my account. And that's why, because that first year it's being held in Albany until you're vested. Dr. Ankra.
Yeah. Well, Sarah, do you mind shedding a little bit more light on the difference between the ERS and the TRS?
Sure, I can try. There's not much difference, honestly. So the New York State ERS, or the Employees Retirement System, is originally for 12-month employees. So everyone at the Department of Transportation, Corrections, other state agencies, like all of our secretaries and maintenance and operations, and those groups are all in ERS. They don't have any other option. The New York State Teachers Retirement System, or TRS, is what all the local K through 12 schools have. So all of the teachers have that teachers retirement system. So that's originally how they were two separate systems. They have made so many changes over the years that they just about mirror each other. In my experience, most teaching faculty, if they're looking at that, will go for the teacher's retirement system. There's not a lot of difference. I think there's only two differences, and one is something about how they deal with leaves or without pay. They're two very minor differences.
Just to make sure, if we are in TIA class, it will take effect, right, for the first one.
Yes, as long as if we have to, you would give us that information when you sign up in the Retirement at Work platform. Once that is received and you've provided your current contracts, we have to verify that with our person. And then yes, once it does kick in, you'll be vested immediately, and you'll be able to see that money in there immediately, both the employee and the employer contributions.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, how are we doing on time? And I am already over time. No one had told me I'm out of time. Okay, let me real quickly go through and see if there's anything. Very quickly, UUP is the dental and vision benefits. They are doing new hire orientations. That schedule would be out shortly. I sent you the link to enroll online. They will also be sending new hire kits directly to your home. Okay, I think that's it.
Quick question.
I'm sorry, I apologize, Mike.
What about the ID card? A question on the ID card.
Okay. So the ID cards, that was sent in one of the attachments to the email that I sent to you was getting your ID card and how you could upload your own photo if you wanted to, but you need to pick them up from the College ID office. But I can send that to you again. If you can't find it, just shoot me a quick email. Okay. Any other questions? Feel free to email me.
Sarah?
Oh, yeah.
Can I ask you a quick question? Back on the I-9, if that's okay?
Sure.
So on the I-9, I'm looking at page 2 of the I-9 right now, and I think I probably would look for an authorized signature, as I think maybe a few other people are doing. Just a quick comment that I think the UPS store, your local UPS store, will do that. But I am curious, what specifically are we, just to be totally certain, are we asking them if we do it an authorized representative to, to fill out? It looks like they're signing a couple of different places on that page 2 of the I-9 form.
So they're only signing on one place.
Oh, one place. Okay.
I think the other part is if you have like an interpreter or if it's a renewal or something. So there's only one place, and all they are verifying for us is that the original that you are showing them is the copy that you're providing to us.
Okay.
So sometimes they feel more comfortable taking a copy of what you are showing us and attaching it to the I-9, but that is what they're verifying, that your originals are what you provided as copies.
Okay, and it looks like that's section 2 of the I-9 form.
Correct.
It appears.
And
okay.
they don't have to worry about filling out, you know, all the information if they're not sure. Just signing that, you know, this copy is the original.
Okay, and then once we do have that signed by them, can we then scan it to you, or is there another means that we need to do to get you that signed page?
Technically, we need original. So if you want to just stick that in the mail, either campus mail or snail mail to us, that'd be great.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Sorry, I'll shut up now.
Sarah, thank you. Now, should anyone have additional questions, the best way to reach you is by email?
Yes, you can email me directly at rielsg@plattsburgh.edu, or you can always send it through the hrs@plattsburgh.edu. I will get it that way as well. Okay. Thank you, everyone.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Sarah. All righty. Now it's my pleasure to introduce Michael Carabella. Mike is our Director of Emergency Management. And he really has some excellent information to share with you this morning.
I hope, anyways. All right, so I'm just going to share my screen. All right, so are you seeing that? Okay, perfect. All right, so welcome to SUNY Plattsburgh. I know this isn't the typical welcome we provide our new employees, but nevertheless, we living in different times, and so we're using our technology to get together, so this is the best way we can do it. So I appreciate everyone being here. Some of the things I want to talk to you about today is our campus notification system and how you may be notified during an emergency. Also, I want to highlight some of our emergency procedures that we have developed here on campus. I'm not going to be able to get through all the procedures because we have quite a few, but I believe you were handed the emergency notifications guide by Diane Merkel. If not, you will be. And
yes, Mike, those materials are being sent directly to their campus offices.
Oh, perfect. Okay, great. And the other way of seeing our emergency procedures is if you go to the our campus webpage or to the emergency management webpage at it's plattsburgh.edu/campus-emergencies. And if you can't remember that address, I have it later on. I have it in the slide. But you can also always go to the campus's webpage and do a search for emergency notification procedures and find it that way. One thing I want to say about the procedures is just a guideline. So it's not a step-by-step instruction on what to do. Just it allows you to become familiar of your options. The other thing I wanted to go over today was a little bit about COVID-19. I know you probably have a lot of information or a lot of questions, and there's a lot of information that's been thrown at you already through a lot of communication from the campus, but I'll try to go through some of the things briefly and answer any questions I can on that too. And then at the end, if there's any questions, any time for questions, I'll certainly entertain those. If we can't get to them, certainly reach out to me, either by email as you see on the screen, or give me a call and I'll be glad to talk to you. I have an open door policy, so I'm here for you. So just moving along, let's see. So when an emergency occurs, we typically ask these questions. Like, what do we do? Where can I get the information? What's going on? This is normal. So what we are trying to do is make sure that you're aware of what to do by providing these campus procedures to you. So first thing we would like you to do is be familiar with the campus procedures. Again, we have a guide, and then here's the web link that you can get to our campus procedures. Be familiar with those. I'm not asking you to know everyone by heart, but just knowing what options you may have for several different types of emergencies is key. Because if you know those options, you're going to make decisive. You're going to have a decisive response to that emergency. You can help you develop a plan to respond, and you're going to be able to trust your judgment and use good instincts rather than freezing up when an emergency does occur. So you want to make sure that you are familiar with these emergencies. If an emergency does occur on campus, one thing, we have several means of notification to let you know that something is going on. But know that if emergency does happen, you may be in that actual vicinity where the emergency is occurring. So there's not going to be any time to notify you, obviously. So if you are in a room and there's a fire, just for an example, you need to know what to do. So we're not going to have time. You're not going to have time to get a notification from us and then react to it. So that's one reason to make sure you're familiar with the procedures. So the ways we will notify you for an emergency could be one or more of the means that you see here on your screen. We will either email you. We'll use SUNY New York Alert, which is actually homegrown. It used to be a homegrown program that New York State written. But because it became so robust, they actually contracted through a notification supplier called Everbridge. I'm not sure if anybody's ever heard of Everbridge, but Everbridge powers SUNY New York Alert now. So if we send out a SUNY New York Alert and you see anything embedded in there that says Everbridge, know that it's not a spam. It's definitely coming from us, okay? So SUNY New York Alert allows us to send anybody that's subscribed to it either an email, a fax, a text message, or a voice call to their landline or personal device. Now, being a part of the campus, you're automatically enrolled with your campus email address. You'll definitely get an email if we send out a SUNY New York Alert. However, you can add more ways of being notified if you go to the My Plattsburgh portal. On the upper left-hand corner, there's a link that says New York Alert. If you click on that, it'll step you through the process of updating your profile. And I do encourage you to go ahead and update that as often as your information changes so that you're in the loop of if there's an emergency, you'll get notified. All right. We also have an info line. It's 518-564-SNOW or 7669. We primarily use this for weather emergencies. So if there was like a winter storm and we're canceling or delaying classes, we typically will put up the information on that line. And I'll talk more about that a little bit later. We also have Simplex Grinnell system, which is just an outdoor warning siren we have for the campus, which also has some components of it within the College Center. Now, what I'm referring to is electronic message boards, strobe lights, and voice enunciation to let you know what emergency is occurring. And I'll talk about that a little bit later as well. And the other thing we have is Alertus desktop notification. It's just a pop-up notification on everyone's computer. And that's something I have a little bit later I wanted to discuss as well. And the other thing that we have way of notifying about emergency or a critical information is the website. So there'll be a banner on the web pages on all the web pages of the website that will tell you what the emergency is. And it'll stay up there as long as the emergency is activated. Other means of notification is through the media. We also have our University Police vehicles that have PA systems that we can use. And then we also could use alert posters. We have building contacts around campus that will help us out during emergencies. And this is one of the ways they help us out is by disseminating messages if we want them posted up on buildings. Now, obviously, we wouldn't do this for like an active shooter situation, but if there's like a anticipated power outage or some type of a clinic where we want to do some type of like say COVID-19 vaccinations, if we had that, we would post that up there to let people know what's going on. So just jumping back to the Alertus desktop of what I had mentioned before, the Alertus desktop is basically a pop-up on your computer. It almost looks like spam, so I do have to apologize for that if you ever see it. So it pops up on your system and it gives you and it blinks at you what the emergency message is. So it's going to give you a little bit of a direction. It's going to tell you what the emergency is and tell you what you should do. We are limited to the amount of information that can be placed in there, so it's not going to be very specific. It's going to be generic at first. Other means of notification will follow this, so this won't just go up and then you won't hear anything. We'll also follow it up with an email. So if you see this pop up, check out your email because we'll have more information within the email. In order to receive these alerts, you have to have a campus-owned desktop or laptop, and it has to be connected to the campus's network. That's the only way you're going to receive these alerts. If you have a campus laptop, campus-owned laptop, and you're at home, you're not going to receive the alert. However, if you have that laptop at home and you come into work that day and the emergency is still occurring, as soon as you log on at school, on campus, it should pop up. You can, once you get these alerts and after you read them, you can just hit the green button to acknowledge it and it'll go away. So our outdoor warning siren, which is that simplex Cornell system that I had spoke about earlier, is an outdoor warning siren only designed to be heard outside. You may be able to hear it inside and on some summer days when the windows are open, but it's only meant to be heard outside. And this system only generates a tone. It doesn't announce the actual message of what emergency is actually occurring. The outdoor warning siren is only going to be used for imminent threat to the campus, for such things such as like a tornado or an active shooter situation. So when you hear that and you're outside, know that there's an imminent threat to the campus. The other part of that is if we're doing a test and we sound these off, you will be notified prior to us sounding these the system off that we are doing a test. So either it's a test, which you will be pre-notified, or it's imminent threat. And the reason why we only do a tone only on these outdoor warning siren is because in our planning phase of constructing this system, we identified that if we put too many speakers out into the campus, the sound that comes out of it, if it's a voice sound, it's going to become unintelligible. So it's going to be bouncing off of different buildings, and if you have language barriers, it's going to be very hard to understand and find out what is going on. So we decided just to do a tone only and then alert or educate people to do a few things. And that's what I have highlighted here. SOS, stop what you're doing, observe your surroundings, your immediate surroundings for any danger, and then shelter in place and seek additional information. And this is where you'll go to your email and seek an email on the emergency. If it's an imminent threat, we're definitely going to send out a student alert alert, so you're going to get a message there. But you may not subscribe to the text messaging or voice, so you may just get an email. But if you subscribe to the text messaging and the voice piece of it, you'll also get the message in those mediums as well. So once the emergency is over, we'll definitely send out an all clear so everyone knows that the emergency is done. And that will be through either campus email or another student alert. We will not sound off the outdoor sirens again. Again, the outdoor sirens only will be signaled when there's imminent threat, okay? Are there any questions at this point? I know I'm kind of running it through fast because I want to make sure that I get through everything. Okay, perfect. So when we talk about emergency procedures, basically there's two primary actions that we'll be taking. Either we're going to evacuate or we're going to shelter in place. The best thing you want to do is evacuate. You want to get away from that emergency. You want to get it as clear as you can be. You want to be in a safe area. And that's why you want to evacuate. However, you can't do that. You're going to shelter in place. And one thing we got to remember is shelter in place is not a location. It's an action. And I'll explain a little bit more of that. The only exception with the two primary actions of evacuation and shelter in place is when we talk about an active shooter situation. That's when we bring in the third option of fight. And that's another procedure I will talk about later. So when we're talking about evacuation, when you evacuate a building, when you're asked to evacuate either through a building fire alarm or because an authority had told you to leave, you want to make sure that you leave, and as you leave, you alert others as you exit. And the reason why this is important is because many people may not understand that there's an emergency going on. So if it's anything other than a fire, the fire will alarm the building's alarms. But if it was another, like a message saying there's a bomb threat and you need to evacuate, those who have not seen that message aren't going to know. So as you evacuate, you want to make sure you let people know that there's a bomb threat or there's an emergency and you need to get out. Don't sit there and argue with them if they decide to stay. You want to make sure you look after yourself and you get out as quickly as you can. When you leave the building, when you exit the building, we ask you to go to your designated assembly area. And those designated assembly areas by building are listed on the webpage. If you go to that campus, plattsburgh.edu/campus-emergencies, there's a link there for your assembly areas. Those are suggested locations to go to. However, we know that there's a lot of different variables that don't allow that to happen. So if you have a mobility issue, whether it's a permanent one or a temporary, let's say you broke your leg this winter because you were skiing, you're going to have a hard time going to your assembly area. Even after we tell you that you need to evacuate and exit and leave out your closest exit, it might be on the other side of the building. So what we ask you to do is to just get out of the building and make sure you're 150 feet away from the door. This will allow emergency responders to get to the building, enter the building without any hindrance of anybody gathering in front of the building. The other part is that you may be obstructed by any construction or even the weather. If it just snowed and there's piles of snow in the way, we don't want you trudging through all that snow or even through the construction site just to get to the assembly area. So again, the most important thing is to get out of the building quickly and to go 150 feet from the entrance. Don't return to the evacuated building until you are notified by an authority. And this is because even though the alarm systems may have gone off or turned off, there may still be a threat within the building. And so we're investigating that. And if people start reoccupying the building, there may be some more issues. So in summary, with evacuation, we want to make sure that you prepare by familiarizing yourself with the building's layout. So that's one thing. So if you're residing in a building and it's your office, you definitely want to know your surrounding, you want to know your layout, all your exits. So if one exit is blocked due to a fire, you want to make sure that there's another route that you can take to get out. If you're teaching in another building, you want to make sure you know about that building's layout as well. You want to know where all the exits are, all the stairwells, the pull stations, and where all the AEDs are as well. If you or someone that has mobility issue or any special needs that prevents them from evacuating, there is a process or a procedure we ask you to follow. It's very simple. Basically, if it's you want to try to get to the closest stairwell as possible, okay, or closest exit as possible. And when you're there, call University Police or 911 and let them know what's going on and that you can't evacuate your building because of your mobility issue. Then that will be relayed to a University Police officers on site, and you'll be extricated out of the building. If you're with somebody that has a mobility issue, what you want to do is make sure you let the person know or call for that person. Same procedure, call 911 or University Police, and then once you leave the building, make sure you tell the authorities on site that you have left somebody, and then identify where you left them so that they can get assistance quickly. So when we talked about shelter in place, as I mentioned before, shelter in place is action, not a location. And the reason for that is because it could be used for several different types of emergencies. And each emergency will be used different criteria for a shelter in place. When we talk about like a violent person situation, I think we've all heard about different things you should do for when you're in a violent situation. You want to make sure you find a room that's lockable with no windows, you can turn the lights off, and you can shelter. That's different than, let's say, a weather emergency where we have an ice storm outside. In that situation, you want to just be inside, and you want to you just want to be inside in a room that can close. Tornado different. You want to be lower level, internal room, no windows. So again, that just brings the point up where shelter in place is just action. So depending on an emergency, you have to kind of determine what type of shelter in place you're gonna employ. So important thing to know is the risks in your area. So in our area, we get a lot of ice storms, snowstorms, and high winds. And I think, I don't remember what the last time we had a tornado, but I think there's a tornado that's been very, very low level tornado that's been a distance from us. But just, we need to know what type of hazards we'll be facing and kind of adjust to that and think about that and plan it for it. So if we ever encounter it, we know what to do. And this goes into, it's the same point of, if you're teaching in another office or another building, you may have to have different type of shelter in place locations or ideas if you're teaching in a room and there's a violent person situation. So again, just always thinking about what you need to do and always planning. For fire, I think this is a common thing for everybody. Everyone knows what to do here. Excuse me. But one thing that is common, and I found happen more often, is that when a fire alarm activates, not everyone is leaving their building. We got to make sure that we do leave. In the past, when we did fire drills in a building, we've caught professors keeping their students within the room because they were doing a final. This is not acceptable. State law, it says that we have to get out when the fire alarm goes off. Plus, it's just for safety reasons. So if the fire alarm is activated within your building, make sure that you do leave. Okay. Don't try to fight the fire. If you observe the fire, make sure you call 911 and you activate the pull system immediately so it notifies everybody else in the building. Don't use elevators, use stairwells. Again, you want to go to your assembly area or at least 150 feet from the building. I'm sorry, I had some feedback there. If you're engulfed with smoke, you want to keep low where air is less toxic. And you want to, when you leave the building, again, you don't want to re-enter the building until you're authorized to do so. Our building contacts, as I mentioned earlier, are here to help us with evacuation and other emergencies. You may identify them by the vest that they wear. It's a fluorescent green vest, as you can see on your screen. It looks just like this, and it says building contact on the back. They are the person, if you have any issues with any of the evacuation that you've noticed when you came out, let's say you saw someone that tripped and fell, or someone that was coming down the stairs very slowly, you may want to let them know so that they can keep an eye on for that individual, make sure that they do exit safely. So they are one of the authorities you want to notify of any building issues. So for the weather emergency, the decision to cancel or delay classes would be made as early as possible. We try to get together before 6 a.m. in the morning and make a decision on whether or not we're going to delay or cancel classes. Now, this is dependent on when the weather situation occurs. We try to collect as much information as we can from weather reports, from our grounds crew, and from the county, what's going on around in the county, to determine how we're going to handle this weather emergency. When we decide on what to do, we'll send an email out to either emergency or critical, which is just a distribution list. We'll announce it through a webpage, and we'll also send it through the news media. And the last thing we'll do is we'll put it on the snow class line. I'm sorry, the snow line, the 564 snow. One thing that the president cannot do is can't close the campus. Dr. Nettie can either cancel or delay classes, but he cannot close, excuse me, he cannot close the campus. And if you see on the news media saying that SUNY Plattsburgh is closed because of whatever snowstorm, that is false. We can't close the campus. So campuses will still be operating. However, if you cannot get the campus, what we ask you to do is just notify your supervisor and let them know, and then make arrangements. So you're still expected to report to work unless you make that notification. So when we talk about active shooter, and this is, I'm not sure how much information you've heard about this, or maybe if your previous job that you've gone through this, but here on campus, we use the run, hide, or fight procedure. And I know it's termed in many different ways now. There's different terminology for each one of those, but essentially it's run, hide, or fight. And we found for our campus, this is very easy. to understand and very easy to remember. So if we are ever faced with a active shooter situation, first thing we want to do is run. We want to get away from that area. And again, this goes back to what I was saying earlier. You want to evacuate there. You want to get away from that threat as quickly as you can. Leave your belongings behind. You don't want to try to collect everything and potentially be face to face with this shooter. You can tell people to leave as you're exiting yourself, but don't let them slow you down. Excuse me. Don't let them slow you down with indecision. If they're frozen and they can't move, you got to get out. You got to look out for yourself. As bad as it sounds, you need to leave. As you leave, prevent others from entering the building. They may not be aware of the hazard. Tell them, don't go in, there's a shooter or there's a threat in there, and leave. As you do leave, try to make sure that you have your hands open and visible, just in case you encounter law enforcement. Law enforcement, as they respond to a threat, they're looking at people's hands. They're taught hands do the killing. So if they're looking at your hands, you have nothing in your hands, they know that there's less threat from you. So as you're running away, make sure your fingers are spread and your hands are open. Once you get outside, if you want to call 911 or University Police to let them know what's going on, that's probably an ideal thing to do. Although there's probably many people calling already informing them, but if you have a piece of information for them, like if you heard gunshots on the floor that you're on, that's key information for them, so they know that they need to go to that location. So information that you can provide them is very helpful. If you can't run, you have to hide, and you have to find a spot that you can hide yourself in and lock a door, that has no windows, shut the lights off, and also silence your cell phone. If we were actually in a training, and I had time, I would actually ask everyone to quickly, within 30 seconds, to get on their cell phone and silence it. And you'll find that many people fumble with that. And it's not something we always do. Others that are very familiar with their phone do it very quickly. Others may not do that. Be familiar with your phone as well. If you put on vibrate, does it still ding at you? Because I know that when I do that with mine, if I put on vibrate, sometimes I still get dings from it, from other type of notifications. So just make sure that you understand that when your phone is on silent, that everything is silenced on it, because that could alert someone to your position, whether it be a vibration from your phone or maybe just, again, that message notification, that ding. So you want to make sure that you silence your cell phone. One question I do get from trainings is that people say, well, I have a room, but I can't lock the door, or I have a lot of windows in my classroom and there's nowhere to hide. Well, one thing you got to remember is that in an active shooter situation, the active shooter is looking to rack up numbers. Okay, they're just trying to get as many people as they can before law enforcement gets there. And this is where we have time on our side, because we live in a law enforcement rich area. And once that call goes out that there's a shooter on campus, we have the city police, we have University Police right here on campus, we have the Sheriff's Department, we have state police, and we have a number of other law enforcement agencies in the area that will be here on campus within seconds. So time is on our side. So what I say to that, if you don't have a room where you can lock yourself in or an ideal location to hide, just know that the longer you can hide, the safer you'll be, because at moments you'll have police here and neutralizing that threat. So just remember that piece of it. So the last part of the run, hide, or fight is obviously fight. So this is a hard thing for some people. Some people aren't violent and they have a hard time saying, well, I'm going to fight back against this person. But when it becomes a decision between your life and theirs, you want to make sure that you are protecting yourself. What you want to do is, this is a last resort for imminent danger. You want to make sure you try to incapacitate the shooter. Try to disrupt their thoughts, throw stuff at them. If there's a fire extinguisher next to you, release it on them. If there's a group of you within a room, make a plan to attack an individual. Do whatever you can to take the shooter out. When law enforcement arrives, first thing they're going to do is they're trained to go directly to the threat and neutralize that threat. They're not looking to take care of the wounded. So as bad as that may sound, you might see them walking over people that are wounded if there is that situation. But they're there to take care of that threat. Again, when you see them, you want to make sure that you remain calm. You're not running directly at them. You're not yelling at them. You want to make sure your hands are up, but again, with your fingers spread, so that it shows them that you're not any threat. You don't want to have any quick movements, and don't ask them any questions or try to ask them for help for evacuation, because again, not that they're trying to be insensitive. It's just that they're trying to get that remove that threat from the campus. Any questions so far? All right, so now I'm going to jump into COVID-19. This is probably where I'm going to get a lot of questions. As everyone probably knows, the campus has been communicating all the planning efforts of the campus to keep the community safe. One thing we've been doing was we developed a social distancing and face covering policy. And essentially what this says is that you have to have a mask everywhere on campus. So if you're outdoors, you should have a mask on you, even if you're by yourself, and just in case you come in contact with other people that you can't social distance. And in that case, you want to don your mask. If you're with others outside and if they're family, you don't need a mask. But if they're not, and you're within 6 feet, you definitely do. Indoors, anytime you enter a building, you have to wear a mask. And this includes any common areas, elevators. Elevators are limited to 1 or 2 people. Lobbies, bathrooms, whether you're traveling from building to building. If you're in classrooms, you definitely have to wear them. If you're working in shared spaces as well. Now, I've gotten questions whether or not a mask is needed if you're in your office by yourself. And if you're in an office by yourself, you do not need one. However, if you go from your office out to the copier area where it's a common area, you do need to wear your mask out to the copier area. So whenever you get up from that private area, go into a public area, you have to wear a mask. The exceptions to this, and this is basically for a student, if a student's within their residence hall, they do not residence hall room, they don't have to wear a mask. If you're in if you're private area, private office, you don't need to wear a mask. If you're sitting in a dining hall and you're eating, while you're eating, you don't need to wear a mask. However, you do need a social distance while in the dining hall. And if you chose to eat in your office, that's fine. You don't need to wear a mask, and you can eat in your office. Other situations where you only need to wear a mask will be posted. Not every area is identified here, but there might be some specific locations on campus that don't require a mask, so you don't have to wear it in those situations as long as it's posted. One thing I do see is that face coverings aren't always being worn properly, so I do ask that you make sure that they are worn properly. And what you have to do is make sure it fits snugly over your face, and it covers both over your nose and under your chin. It shouldn't just be under your chin, and it shouldn't just be over your mouth or just over your nose. It's got to cover your nose and your mouth. It should be laundered every day. One thing with this is that every employee on campus will receive a red cloth mask, and in order to obtain that, you have to go to the College Center desk with your college ID card and show them your ID card, and they'll cross your name off and hand you a mask. So if you do want one, that's the way to receive that mask. But the college is providing 1 mask to every employee and staff. Students are getting 2 masks as they check in. So in regards to compliance reporting and enforcement, again, everyone is required to wear a mask. If you can't wear a mask for health reasons, we ask you to touch base with HR as well as your medical provider to find out alternate ways of wearing a mask or wearing something comparable to it. But because you have a health issue, that doesn't necessarily mean that you don't have to wear anything. There could be other accommodations. You could wear a scarf, You can wear a bandana or something like that. So that should be talked to with HR as well as your health provider. For compliance or enforcement, if students are reported not wearing a mask, first of all, they should not be in a building. So if they are in a building, we're not wearing a mask, they can be asked to leave. If they're in your classroom, they can be asked to leave. From there, if a student does not want to wear or does not want to leave, does not want to wear a mask, the professor has the prerogative either to cancel class at that point or call university police to try to get that student removed, okay? University police is a last resort. We really don't want to enforce, police enforcement on this. We want to try to tackle this by suggesting to people, to students, you need to wear your mask, and then hopefully that gets resolved that way, and just more through education before we get into more disciplinary actions. This again with employees as well. If you find a fellow colleague that's not wearing their mask, it's the education piece, asking them please wear a mask. It's part of the college policy, and then it can escalate from there. There's different ways of reporting it. You can do anonymous reporting through university police by calling 518-564-5555. There's also a form on the UP webpage. I'm not sure if that's anonymous or not, but I know the phone call is. And you can also, there's New York State, there's a couple links on the bottom. I'm not sure if you can get to them, but those couple links there are from New York State, and that's another way of reporting it to the state about noncompliance. But again, we want to make sure that we just remind people that this is the policy, and we educate them, and we try to do it in a subtle way rather than immediately go into a disciplinary action. So
Michael, do you mind saying where students and faculty can pick up the mask again?
Yeah, so students and faculty can pick up their red cloth mask from the Angel College Center information desk. And they'll be ready to do that as of tomorrow. So when you go into the College Center, you go to the information desk, show them your ID card, and then they'll cross your name off a list and then hand you a red cloth mask. And we also did for our planning piece to make the campus safer. And I think I've heard all this, and I apologize for reiterating a lot of it, but many pieces get missed. Is we did an assessment modification to the campus spaces. We went around, we adjusted space to accommodate social distancing requirements. This is within classrooms, within common spaces, within lecture halls. We try to do whatever we can to eliminate density. We reduced class sizes, as all of you know. We reduced occupancy within elevators to 1 or 2 people. And then we also made sure that within people's offices that if they can't social distance, they had different type of modifications within the room to allow for people to recognize that social distancing needs to be required by signage or those feet stickers on the ground, or even like chains or even sneeze guards that were put up. So the thing we're trying to do is just to mitigate risk. Besides all the assessment of modification to the campus spaces, we are increasing cleaning and hygiene around campus. There's red buckets around campus. You may have seen those already. They have paper towel, gloves, and disinfectant in them. That can be used to help disinfect your areas. We ask that you put those supplies back so the next person can grab those and use them in their area as well. If you see the supplies going down and needs to be replenished, contact maintenance and operations, and they'll refill those locations. Again, we're distributing masks, which I just mentioned. And we're also implementing a daily screening. So this is something that I'm not sure if you've heard already, but daily screenings are required by employees and students. Starting next Monday, in order to use any of the campus services, you're gonna have to do fill out your daily screening, and then you'll be allowed to start like looking at your email, look at a banner or whatever. So this is a way of us making sure that you remember to do the daily screening. And it's nothing against any of you. I personally even forgot at some point to do my daily screening just because, we live busy lives. So this just helps us remember that we have to do these screenings. The screenings is very simple. It's 4 questions. they're yes or no's, and then as soon as you fill that out, it gets submitted, you get a receipt, and your supervisor gets a receipt. If by chance you answer yes to one of those questions, like you were in contact with somebody with COVID, or if you have any symptoms that day, it will tell you not to report to work and to contact HR as well as your medical provider for further assistance. So it's definitely a good way to make sure that we're doing the health screenings, and that's it. So the other thing too is, yes.
Mike, would you please share with the faculty where they can find the screening form?
Yes, you know what, and let me grab that real quick. It is online. If you go to the Plattsburgh State webpage, I'll throw the link up right now in a second. So the other part is, if you are sick, we want to make sure that you do stay home. You don't want to come to campus and make others sick as well. So if you do end up staying home for because you're sick, make sure you can notify your supervisor. HR needs to be notified as well.
Do we get email reminders to fill out the health form? Or
Yeah, so
bookmark it?
Yep, so that's what I was referring to starting Monday. So right now, if you're coming to campus, you should be filling out the daily health screening. And I'm trying to figure out how to do that now, post it. But you fill out that daily health screening, and before you come to campus. Next Monday is when we're going to start requiring it before you access any of your emails or your any Plattsburgh State services. So if you go into Moodle, if you go into Banner, you see your email, it's gonna immediately ask you or gonna direct you to the COVID-19 daily screening. So that's when you'll do it.
Mike, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to put you on the spot, but on the SUNY Plattsburgh homepage, there is a small box at the top that says COVID-19 self-screening form.
Okay, then they just put that up there, or I didn't see it yet.
Yeah, but it is there.
Okay, and I just put it into the chat as well.
Thank you.
So yeah, so that's pretty much where I'm ending my presentation. I'll open up to questions right now. I know I went through it pretty quickly, and if there aren't any questions now, if you think about them later, again, certainly email me or give me a call, and I can certainly talk to you about it.
Wonderful. Mike, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate all that information.
Sure.
And again, your guides and information on emergency safety will be sent directly to each of the faculty's offices, and they're an excellent resource material as well. Small pocket thing to hold. Great. So right now, we're going to take a break for lunch, and we'll resume again at 10 minutes to 1. I'm sorry, it's a busy day with a lot of stuff being thrown at you. But anyway, appreciate your being here, and look forward to seeing you in just almost an hour from now. Okay, thank you.
That's okay with me. And okay, I see at least one other person logging on, but I'm not sure of your name. And couple. Okay, we're getting people. Okay, good. So I'll get started. So hello, everybody. My name is Joanne Gleason Craig. I serve as the Associate Vice President of Academic Affairs in the Provost's office. I originally came here and was nursing faculty for many years, so sometimes I still am connected with the nursing department. I actually am teaching a nursing class this fall, so I guess I still am connected with the nursing department, and glad to be, proud to be so. I have been here at SUNY Plattsburgh for a long time. Maybe when I started where you are, I didn't think I would be here this many years later, but something kind of gripped onto me, and here I am. over 20 some odd years later. So anyway, so welcome, and I'm glad to speak to you today. I'm going to share my screen so we can see my PowerPoint, which perhaps is not that exciting, but are you seeing that? That's weird. I got a thumbs up. Okay. Yeah, it's on my other, I thought it would pop over, but anyways. Okay, so today my task is to talk to you about roles and responsibilities of new faculty, which sounds rather dull and boring, and I don't blame you on that. I will say that one of my roles here is kind of as the policy queen. So when it comes to questions about, can I do this or can I do that, I'm a good person to ask. Certainly you're going to have other people in your life, in your department, other faculty you're going to meet who will also be able to help you. But when in doubt, I keep my email quite open. I get plenty of emails, so feel free to reach out to me if you have questions about things related to policy. One of my other roles is around curriculum. So if you have a curriculum question, that would also be something I might help out with. Okay, so welcome. Here you are at SUNY Plattsburgh. Just a little quick backstory on SUNY Plattsburgh, originally founded in 1889, so the college has been around. We are not a fly-by-night type of place. We are considered a comprehensive college. And when SUNY, well, that's where we'll go next. We'll talk about SUNY. But anyways, we also have a branch campus in Queensbury, which is about an hour and a half south of here. So that's kind of the Glens Falls area. We have certain courses that are offered, programs that are offered at that branch campus. We are one of 64 campuses in the SUNY system. So let's see, can I use the chat? Have any of you I can't see the chat. Have any of you worked in SUNY before? Like, give me a thumbs up, I guess, or something like that. I see some heads shaking. No. Okay. Anybody, but some of you, have you worked as, you've worked in other colleges, however? I see some yeses. Okay, I got some thumbs up. Okay, fantastic. So anyways, as part of the SUNY system, it does provide us with some structure that can be good, that can also create some need to navigate through some of the systems that SUNY sets up. You'll hear us call this SUNY System Administration, or SUNY Central. SUNY Central is down in Albany. It is this beautiful building. It kind of looks like Hogwarts, and you enter it and you're like, ooh, there's just, it's a very interesting place to go. So if you get a chance, you very well may find yourself at SUNY sysadmin at some point. And one thing that you will need to know about being here at SUNY Plattsburgh is we are preparing for our Middle States Accreditation site visit. So if you've worked at a college before, especially one that was going through accreditation, you know that this can be a major campus initiative that will require a lot of hands in the pie to come out with a good accreditation visit. So we expect our visitors in the spring of 22. There is already a team that's working on preparing that self-study. So I don't think I can go any further unless we talk a little bit about this semester, because certainly this is a semester that's like no other. It's not even like last semester, which was certainly a semester that was like no other. So I'm going to stop my share for a minute, and so I can see the whole group a little bit better, although I see a lot of you turned off your video. But tell me, like, what are you thinking when you think about teaching in this COVID climate? What's going through your mind? What kind of questions might you have? Because I'd rather address them right off than kind of the canned things that I've got going on.
Should I start?
Sure.
Well, I was teaching in China last year. Keene University in New Jersey has a campus in Wenzhou, China. So I was hired to be the founder of organic chemistry there. It went well, and I never wore a mask in my life when I was in China or anywhere. And this January could not go back. So I taught the course online. But according to my teaching experience, which I have for 34 years of teaching, that is the worst thing I have ever done in my life. And that's the worst thing to do again. I have been in this business for teaching for 34 years. I stayed in this because I liked what I have been doing, but not now. This is absolute rubbish, teaching online. But what to do? We have to do it. There's no other option. We have to do our best to do it, but it's not the right way of teaching a student. There is a lot of frustration and dissatisfaction in what I'm doing in the last part of my life.
Okay, well, I'm
really bad.
Yeah, I mean that certainly is. Yeah, and others may have some similar types of concerns. You know, it is something different, and it may go against the grain of what we thought about when we first started to think about being educators. Now, truthfully, I've taught online for many years previous because we do offer a fully remote RN to BS program. So, you know, at first I'll say I probably had some misgivings, but gradually over time I've been very comfortable. So certainly I can't, you know, falsely reassure you that you're going to love online learning because, you know, it sounds like you've already done it. But
no, there are some subjects you can teach online, designed to teach online, but science subjects like you're doing your organic chemistry lab online, what is that nonsense?
Yeah. Okay. So what about some of the others of you? What else are you thinking? Go ahead and unmute if you'd like to make a comment. Because I'm sure you've got questions. I mean, unfortunately, I can't wave a magic wand and put us all in our usual, you know, our usual setup. Anne, were you interested in saying something?
I was just going to say, I do know that John Locke and Jessamine Newhouse at 135, they have a special session on teaching with technology, and they've done a lot of work with our current faculty since this all came up in the spring. So if we don't have immediate questions from the faculty, we might just move through, because I know you have a lot of important information still to share, Joanne.
Perfect. Okay. All right. So I'm glad to do that. I'm going to go back to sharing my screen, and perhaps as soon as I go over here, and there we go. Okay, so as I kind of introduced it, you know, I think we all do recognize that this is different and that it will require more creativity, and you know, just reassuring you, as Anne just has, we have resources that can help you. In fact, John Locke just entered the room. He is in the room, and he will be speaking to you later about some of the ways that the Teaching Enhanced Learning Unit can help you out. All right, so teaching in that COVID world, I will just give you some vocabulary in case this is new to you. Certainly, we still have some courses that are going to be delivered in a full face-to-face format, however, with social distancing. So if you don't know that yet, you will need to know that your if you're in a classroom, it's been modified to you know, only include certain numbers of students based on being able to space them out. So you will want to make sure that you're staying within that with your attendance. Sometimes that means having only some of the students attend class at given time. And certainly your associate deans and your dean's offices can help you out with figuring out if you have questions about that. We also are offering some classes that have an online synchronous Zoom component. So in other words, you'll be teaching like this, and students will be out there using Zoom. We also have that word asynchronous. In other words, you're putting up material and students are accessing it as they, on their time schedule. However, you need to make sure you've got good deadlines set, etc., so they can move through your course. We also are using the word hybrid, and sometimes that hybrid means that there's a face-to-face and one of these online components, and it may mean that split attendance that I spoke at. And there's all kinds of different combined options out there. But what I want to say before I do go into any of the other type policy things is just kind of getting you to think about what the students are feeling at this time too. So as was brought up just a few minutes ago, we may have concerns, but students have concerns as well. So our students really are looking to you as faculty to try to support them and to help them feel like they are going to get what they need. So being real thoughtful about how you are working with students. Now more than ever, they may have questions or need just that little bit of reassurance, or need to know that there can be some, how do I want to say? We try to make it work for them. You know, we don't want to lower our standards to the point where, you know, you feel like you're not giving them what they need, but we also don't want to try to be the enforcer of something that may not make sense based on what their situation is. I'm not talking about things like classroom etiquette in terms of masks or things like that, but I'm just saying you know, we need that little bit of kindness at times and compassion to our students who may be dealing with trauma. They may have family members dealing with COVID. They may be stuck in a situation they didn't want to be in. They may be afraid of different things that are happening. So just kind of keeping that in mind. Okay, so that leads me right into my next slide, thinking about different ways that we do have to support students here. And I really didn't include any of our academic support services because I think you're receiving some information about that. And we certainly do have various offices, tutoring office, which is called our Learning Center. We have academic advising office that can also help with students who are having issues related to graduation requirements or registering for classes. So all of those various things are available. But I do want to call attention to the academic catalog, which is available on our website, which I'm sure you're familiar with, catalogs and so forth. Whoops, hold on. I'm going to hang up on her. She'll call me back. So, yeah, and she will. Cam, I'm doing a Zoom. I'll have to call you later. Okay. Sorry about that. So, our academic catalog, why I call that to your attention is because it might be very valuable for you to begin to look at what is included in the program that you're teaching part of. So you're first starting out thinking about your courses, but your course fits within some program of study. So having a picture of what that program looks like and how students move through it, you can find that in our catalog. So take a look at it, look at the required courses, think about where your courses fit in. Also on the catalog, there is a portion where you can click to get a semester plan for what students should take in what order. And although I don't expect any of you are going to be advisors as you first start, eventually you will serve as faculty advisors, and students will ask you things even if you're not their advisor. So having some sense of how students move through the programs that you're teaching in can be valuable. The other thing I want to call attention to is Cardinal Star. So Cardinal Star is our version of Starfish. So there may be some of you who have worked with something like Starfish at other campuses, and maybe you haven't. But basically it is a student support software program. It will allow you to see lists of your students. It will also allow you to raise flags on your students, which are called early alerts. So that second bullet, you can alert others, including the student's advisor, or if they're in a special program like our Equal Opportunity EOP program, or any other special programs that we may have. If you raise a concern about a student, then their advisors will see that. You can use this to schedule office hours and to let students self-schedule with you. So you would input what your office hour availability is. Students would be able to then sign up for a time, and they don't have to call you or email you and say, how about Monday at 2? And you go back and forth and back and forth. So Cardinal Star will allow you to do that. You also will need to use Cardinal Star to submit what we call the 3rd week census. So you will receive a message from Cardinal Star. Don't throw it out and don't, send it to your spam, but it is something that will ask you to say which of your students are attending class. Now, that implies that you know which of your students are attending class. So although we do not have a policy that says you must take attendance, really best practice would be that you would take attendance, and especially in the first 3 weeks, so that we know if students are engaged or if they're not. If they're not, then we want to be able to reach out to those students and find out what's going on with them, find out whether they are not in the right classes, or find out whether something has happened, or etc. So please be aware of looking for those announcements about the 3rd week census, and that's what that will mean. You're going to get to Cardinal Star through your Plattsburgh portal, and I'm not going to click this link, but if you haven't found the My Plattsburgh portal yet, that will be where you need to go to log in to get to just about anything. And it will certainly be where, if you're sent a document that's housed on our Google platform, you're going to need to log into the portal before you're going to get access to that. So if at any time you go to access some document and it says you do not have access, check if you've logged into the portal using your own account first. I also am not going to click this, but this is to our Moodle site for resources related to Cardinal Star. So you'll go to your portal, you can then also get into Moodle, and on Moodle you can search for the Cardinal Star resource page, or you can go directly from this link. I put my PowerPoint slides into the folder that Diana has given you access to already. So there are all types of, what would you call, guidelines for what you want to do. So if you want to set up office hours, there's one on how to do your office hours. If you want to use an early alert, there's something in there about that. Okay. So then let me talk a little bit about what we call, well, this is kind of getting you into curriculum, I guess, and thinking about what you need to get started. Now, I mean, we're only a few days prior to the class, so I'm going to hope that you've already started thinking about your class. But if you haven't, then this would be a place to start. So here at SUNY Plattsburgh, we have something called the MCO, and MCO stands for a Master Course Outline. So every course, when it was initially created, it had to be approved, and we had to say, well, what's going to be in that course? So you can't just take a course and teach anything you want. You have to teach in accordance with what was approved. So if you haven't received a copy of an MCO for the course that you're going to be teaching, you should ask for one, because that will help you stay in line with what the intent was of that course. I think that goes back to thinking about how these courses fit within a program, so that if we, let's say we're planning out, let's say nursing, we're planning out the nursing program, and let's say I'm teaching a course and I'm supposed to be teaching about how to, I don't know, do something with giving a certain kind of medication. And let's say I don't feel like teaching that, and I don't, then the nurses never learn that. So we want to make sure that you know what's supposed to be in your course, in case that's the one place that they're supposed to learn something that's really key to help them the students meet the outcomes that we want. So within the MCO, you'll see the course description. The course description will also be in a variety of places that you would see through the portal, whether it be on your, through Banner, which is our student information system, or whether it would be in the catalog. You can click on courses and get the course description. The MCO includes the learning outcomes. We do use this word SLOs, you're gonna hear that, so student learning outcomes. So each course has pre-identified what the students should learn. that really needs to be the place that you start when you're thinking about what your course activities or what kinds of assignments you're going to do, because we want to link your course assignments to helping students meet those learning outcomes. The MCO has a content outline. It also has some suggestions for books and readings, but that's not quite as important because these are done, well, they're supposed to be done every 5 years. They're supposed to be updated. But if they're out of date, then you wouldn't want to use old books just because they're on the MCO. Okay. So the MCO would be something you can use to help you kind of fill out your syllabus and begin to create that somewhat of a contract with your students. So certainly you want to make sure your students know what you expect, and the syllabus is the place where you put that. You probably will want to do some review of your expectations with the students, but I've heard from students talk about things like, oh, I don't have to go to the first class, it's just syllabus week anyways. So it's important to go over the syllabus, but it's also important that you kind of move beyond that. So try to avoid, you know, reading syllabi to students, but make sure that they know what the important things are, especially if it means whether they're going to get a good grade or not. We do want you to use Moodle as the place where you kind of, I'll call it launch your course material. So even if you're teaching face-to-face, having a presence on Moodle is going to be important because that's where you can put your syllabus or you can put other information that you want students to have. That's going to be much better than trying to email things and you're not sure if you emailed it to them or if they got it, and then they have to go through their email if they're trying to see it. So if you post everything on Moodle and use that as kind of the course information, then that would be fantastic. In your syllabus, you need to make sure that you have grading criteria. You want to protect yourself from a grade grievance. So if you get to the end of the semester and a student doesn't feel like you gave them a fair grade, they can submit something called a grade grievance, and we have a grade grievance policy that you can find on our website. I have a link to it later in my slideshow. But how do you protect yourself against that? Clear expectations. Make sure students know what you're expecting and have it in your syllabus. Your syllabus is your way that you can kind of prove that you let the students know what they needed to do, and that can help you if you were to ever be, you know, have a result of a grade grievance. I'm not saying that happens very often, but again, just getting a nice clear syllabus can be very helpful. We would not want you to change course requirements greatly after the first 2 weeks because that gives students the expectation. But of course, you know, we have to go with the whatever's happening. Certainly last semester in the spring, nobody wrote in their syllabus that they were going to move to all online after March, whatever. So clearly you can adapt as needed, but really try to think out the course when you create your syllabus. If you are going to take off points or have some impact for attendance, then you need to let students know. They need to know, especially if you're going to be using Zoom, you know, are you going to be trying to capture whether they are there or not? They need to know that so that they can act appropriately. There is a policy on syllabi. I would suggest you take a quick look at it. It doesn't have a whole lot of stuff, but it just reminds you of some of the things I've already said. Okay, any questions so far? I'm gonna move you over here. All right, seeing none.
Joanne, let me ask a question because I don't know if you address this, and just as I'm still learning so much, does the college require that a certain piece of work be graded by a certain date? Some schools say by the 4th week, any student deserves to have a graded piece of work in case they want to reconsider staying in the class.
Yeah, that would be a great policy, Anne, and maybe we can talk about that. Yeah, I wish we had that, but we don't have that. Jeannie, I see you want to add in something.
Can I add something? If she
yes, I just have one thing I've done with my syllabus is I give it to my students and then I give them a quiz on it, and that the next class period, and that means that they have to answer, very specific questions about the syllabus, and it also avoids us having to me having to drone on and on, about the syllabus, and it makes, it kind of makes them the ones that are finding the information, and then going over the quiz then allows me to kind of reiterate some of the information.
Okay.
So,
yeah. Thank you.
suggestion.
Let me go back to Dr. Herzog's comment, though, and say that even though we don't have a policy on that, when we think about what's best for the students, wouldn't that be best, So we actually do have a cardinal star flag that says student has done poorly in an early assignment. So I think we recognize the value of having students get feedback from you early on. We do have during the first week, students can add and drop your class without anything showing up on their transcript. But in terms of allowing students to withdraw from classes, we actually have a very late withdrawal date. It's not until after midterm. So students can withdraw from your class, but the earlier they know, the more likely it is that they aren't going to have a problem with the whole semester, So I would encourage you to think about providing student with feedback early on, creating some kind of an assignment so they could get that feedback. So yeah, very, very, very good point. Okay, so the next thing kind of goes along with that, and I've termed it the assurance of learning, and sometimes people might call it the word assessment, which I don't have anything bad about assessment. I feel quite good about assessment, but some people don't like that word. So when we talk about assessment, however, you want to keep in mind that why are we doing that? We're not doing any kind of assessment just to check boxes or fill out something for middle states, but we're really trying to meet a couple of goals, and one of them is to make sure that students are learning what we want them to learn. So at this point, the most type of assessment that you'll be involved with would be thinking about your course itself. So you want to make sure when you're setting up that course that you're thinking about how you're going to know if students are learning what you intend them to learn. So again, we go back to that part about the syllabus and the outcomes on the MCO. You know what you're intended to teach, have students reach that or not? So you want to be thinking before you get too far about how assignments are linked up to those student learning outcomes, so that you can say, oh, if students do well on this particular paper, then I know they have learned this particular skill or knowledge or whatever it is you're trying to do. We also have something called the Course Opinion Survey, which is focused for students to evaluate you. So that's not particularly you evaluating the course or evaluating student learning, but this is something else that will give you feedback about how students are doing in your class, how they're experiencing your class. We do have kind of a canned version of questions that can be answered by students either online or in paper form. So you want to pay attention at the end of the semester that you work that in. You want to use that feedback, and you could ask for student feedback earlier than that, but you want to make sure that either you get it in an anonymous way, because we do not want you to unfairly treat a student who perhaps didn't give you as positive of an evaluation as you might have liked. So that idea of anonymity is important in thinking about any type of opinion surveys that you're doing. And some departments will have a specific course evaluation tool, so you'll want to connect with your department chairpersons.
Joanne, can I ask a quick question about the course opinion surveys? Is there a clear process for how they are administered? Are faculty trading with each other? How is it working?
So if students do it online through our online system, then only the faculty member gets the results back. There's no trading or anything like that. If they do it in a paper format, they are supposed to they're supposed to leave the room. They're supposed to have students bring it to the department secretary, who collates it and types out all the comments, and then that is returned only to the faculty member.
Yeah. Now, are they conducted on every single course prior to tenure or permanency?
This is, again, one of those kind of shoulds. So should they be? Yes, but it is up to the faculty member to activate that and to encourage students to do it. Yeah.
Thank you.
Now, Diane, what time do I go till? I'm losing I wrote it down somewhere.
When you go to 1:35.
Okay, so okay, great. So I still have, that's what I was thinking, but somehow on my calendar, it gave me longer time. So, okay, just wanted to check. So, there is on the website, if you and one thing I'll say about the website too, sometimes you may not know where to find something, but that search bar that they have at the top is fantastic. So if you want to know something about the Course Opinion Survey, there is a web page. You can go to it. It explains how you're going to administer it. It explains how you're going to activate it at the time. You can't do it until a certain point in the semester. So just type in Course Opinion Survey and you'll get the information that you're looking for. All right, so continuing to think about how we want to make sure that students are learning. We talked a little about course assessment information. Your course assessment might be part of a program assessment. So if you're teaching in a certain major and your course is designed to help students meet one of the certain outcomes, you might be expected to take information from your course, not necessarily with student names and such, but to provide it to your chairperson to evaluate how the program is doing as a whole. So basically that question is, how well are students in this major learning what we want them to? And so there is an assessment record that each department will do to kind of bring all that information together. So again, working with your chairperson, going to department meetings, listening at curriculum meetings. These are all things where you're going to learn more about how your course fits within the program. And just a show of hands maybe, or a wave, how many of you know if you're teaching a gen ed course this semester? All right, I see at least a couple. Oh, good, I see at least 4 or 5, something like that. Okay, fantastic. So at the current time, we still are calling it general education, but we have just recently approved a new gen ed program, and it will be called the Cardinal Core. So the Cardinal Core will consist of a variety of categories that students will need to fill. And if you've taught in any kind of school, you're probably somewhat familiar with that. And so we'll have categories that actually have some kind of new and interesting names. So you know, you don't have the classic social science, but we have something called human communities, or we have something called, I'm not even going to say the names because they're not on the tip of my tongue yet, but just be aware that we will be undergoing a change in our general education program, and that if you are teaching a gen ed course, we also have gen ed assessment, where you'll be expected to provide some information about how students did in your course so we can evaluate the entire gen ed program. You'll see calls for some proposals for courses that will fit into our new Cardinal Core. And one of the big things that's new in the Cardinal Core for us is the addition of a first-year seminar. So this may be something some of you may be able to participate with at some point, where you'd be interested in working with freshmen, and it would be a smaller class, and you're really trying to help them transition into school, and you can teach some really cool, interesting titles and topics as part of a first year seminar. So you'll see the call come out for that soon. This program will not start till fall of 21. So, but we're going to be in the implementation year. So kind of, it's an exciting time for the Cardinal Core. It's an exciting time for Gen Ed. This has been a long time coming, and I think many of us are really, really excited that it is where we're moving towards. Okay, so just kind of the idea of assessment and any kind of assurance of learning is to close the loop. We want to find out how students are doing. We want to find out how programs are doing. If they're not doing as well as we want, we need to go back around and try to make some change. So I certainly hope none of you will think of your courses as static and never going to change. I mean, we change all the time. The course I'm teaching in the fall, I probably have taught it, I probably taught it 30 times before, between summers and courses in the fall, etc. But it's going to be totally different again. So you always want to be thinking about looking at how things went in the past and making changes for how you're going to do it the next time. I mean, keep what works, of course, but closing the loop means really making careful decisions about what we do based on the data that we've collected. All right, very busy slide, and probably some of it is quite important and some of it not so important, but recognizing that we're giving students credit, and part of that credit is based on the amount of work and the complexity of the work that you are doing with them or you are having them do. So we've always said, you know, that there are guidelines, there are state guidelines about how many minutes of class time you have to get a certain number of credits. However, it gets a little bit tricky when you start teaching remotely, especially if you're teaching some asynchronous material where you don't really know how long students are sitting in front of their computer looking at the information that you've provided. So there is some, you know, some not guesswork, there's some well thought out information that you are using to try to determine how much work and how complex the work has to be. But the bottom line is it still has to meet certain guidelines for, you know, no one's going to sit there with a stopwatch on you, but you also can't just short the students either. Okay, so if you're absent, there's a process. You've got to let somebody know. You're going to need to do a substitute activity. If you're, I mean, now if you're teaching remotely, however, you could be at home teaching, so that's not really an absence. So absence really means, you know, if you've missed out doing something that you were supposed to do. Yeah, okay. Oh, yeah, there's the bottom line I should say. We do have a policy that reminds you not to penalize students for missing class due to a religious holiday. So there will be a message that will come out probably tomorrow that's going to kind of lay out what our little bit about our policy. But in a nutshell, again, kindness and compassion to our students. Of course, if you had a student who you felt was, you know, they had a different religious holiday every other week, well, okay, that might be something that you have to look further into. But thinking about what it's like for the student experience and treating them with the respect, especially related to if they need to miss due to a religious holiday. That's a state law, actually. Okay, other kinds of class-related information. I've mentioned that word banner, so you will see a little B on your portal that stands for banner. It's where you can see the master schedule, or actually we're gonna not call it the master schedule, where you can see the schedule, and you can also see, you know, where your classes are going to be taught if they're face-to-face, or what the modality is. Cardinal Star also has student lists, and it will have pictures of students. So that can be useful both face-to-face and if you're teaching on Zoom. I already mentioned that. I already mentioned that. I already mentioned that. I mentioned that. You will need to go into Banner to submit midterm and final grade. You're going to get information about that. But I did want to let you know that we do not have a D-, we do not have an F, and we do not have an A+. So just a little synchronicities about us. Here at SUNY Plattsburgh, getting an E is equivalent to a failing grade F. So we go A, B, C, D, and then right to E, no F. Incomplete grades may be something that a student might ask you to do. We probably were more lax in the spring with this due to COVID, but incomplete really should be given only if the student has completed 3/4 of the class already. And the bad thing about it is if for some reason in the next semester they don't complete it, it automatically turns to an E, even if they had been passing at the time they took an incomplete. If you make a mistake, you would have to fill out a request for a grade irregularity change. Okay, let's see what else. Okay, I mentioned the Cardinal Core already. Hopefully you can help us with the messaging that general education is important. Learning about more than just what's in your major is important. We want students to see the value of all of their learning and the broad information that they're learning. I think I've pretty much said all of that already. Okay. Here's where I do have some links to a couple policies that you may need. Academic honesty or dishonesty, however you'd like to frame it, occasionally can be a question and it can be a concern, especially in a remote environment. Some of it is trying to think about how you're going to set up a class so that students, how you're going to set up your learning and your assessments so that it's not easy to cheat. You know, if you provide a lot of quizzes where a student can just Google the answer, well, then that might be what you get. But if you provide the need for them to do something more analytical, to take various pieces of information and synthesize it, then you're going to get a truer picture of what they know. So I'd much rather people try to think about not so much like, how am I going to know if they cheat? And am I going to have remote proctoring and things like that? And think more about how am I going to set up assignments that really allow students to show me what they know. So focusing on that. And I know Jessamine is going to be speaking later from the Center for Teaching Excellence, and she's here. So that might be something that, you know, their area helps. Grade grievances, I mentioned before, we do have a policy. Accommodative services, so if students were having difficulty and you think they needed some special assistance, please, you know, you work with them. If we have disruptive students, our university police can help. Just a quick reminder about FERPA. In other words, if a parent were to call you, you cannot be telling them all about their child's work because these are adults that we're teaching. So there are some FERPA guidelines and just be thoughtful about that. We hope we have brought you into a nice supportive community where you are the center of your department, the school, the college, the town. We're here to welcome you. We're here to help you. Please make sure you attend our President's Welcome. It will be on Zoom Friday at 8:30. I think it went out yesterday, a link. We have a matriculation ceremony. Oops, I didn't put the link there, but the link will be also sent to you. Actually, it was in that message as well. So matriculation is where we welcome our new students, and we are doing it, of course, by Zoom. And so I'm looking forward to seeing that go live. If there are events on campus, we look forward to having you in a socially distant and appropriate, you know, low density situation. I was very sad that I don't get to meet all of you because I'm a chatter. So I do like to kind of float around and say hi to everybody. So hopefully we'll have that opportunity. If you see me on campus, please say hello. Have a great semester. Enjoy the North Country. Questions? And I see one. Yes, go ahead. Yeah, unmute, Nandia.
Yes. Can you hear me now? All
I
right.
can.
About attendance, you know what, is it compulsory for the student to log in while I'm teaching to show the video that the student is present and watching what I'm teaching? Or sometimes, you know, I have experience that students just log in, no video, you don't know whether they are in front of you watching or not.
Yeah, so that's somewhat up to you, although certainly I'm glad to talk to you more about some of the guidelines. But if you have set it up as a synchronous delivery and you are speaking your lecture to them and that's the only way they're going to get it, well, number one, there's ways to record it. So it's possible some students could watch it later and that might be okay. But it's also possible that you've set up that type of thing not to be imperative. It really is based on how you set your course up. Some courses being asynchronous, they never have students watching you do video. You know, you set up information, they read it, you might have them do an activity, a variety of things. So there are different modalities that you can use. Okay.
No, my teaching is synchronous. My lab is asynchronous, but my teaching is synchronous. So there's no way we can force attendance because the students, if they don't want to be here, they can just log in, check out the video, and then they can be out. But being given that I'm going to get it recorded, it's good that, so we should not bother about attendance then.
So I'm gonna kind of put your question on hold. We do have the next presenters are here and ready. So they will be talking more about this type of issue. And I would encourage you to also talk with your chairperson, talk with your dean's office if you have those kinds of questions. Okay, I think I'm being—
Joanne, can I say one thing? I did want to say, I think I heard Dr. Cheney say at the end that, you know, not to bother with attendance. And I think that Joanne made clear earlier that there's some really important reasons to be aware of who's attending class and who's not, so that we can follow up with students who have need of more support.
Right.
So I want to say that.
And let's remember that we could have a broad definition of what attendance means. So attendance could be, I've set up, you know, this maybe it's not a video of me, maybe it's some TED talk I want them to watch, or maybe it's a PowerPoint where I'm speaking in it or whatever. I can look into Moodle and see if students have attended that or not. I can see if they're engaged with the course. So to me, that might be attendance, even though it may be not face-to-face with you, even in a virtual format. Okay, I am going to have to pop off because I will turn it over to my colleagues, John and Jessamine. Have a fabulous day. Thanks very much. Bye.
Thank you, Joanne.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Are you ready for me and my friend? All right. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Hi, everybody.
Great. Hi, Jessamine.
Hi there.
Okay, now let me just find the right screen here. I'm really not in the desert. Here it is.
Hello, everybody. I'm happy to be Zooming with you today. John is going to be in charge of our illustrative slides. We're not going to overwhelm you with too many. And also, like I put in the chat, I wish we had a lot of time to address some of the important issues that came up in the previous session, but John and I really just have a few minutes. So I'm going to encourage everybody to check out the CTE Moodle site, where there's a ton of resources and we're getting the conversations going about teaching and learning. There's also workshop listings, the link to the workshop listings that Technology Enhanced Learning offers. John, I'm not seeing the slides.
That's true, you're not.
Okay, I'm not just going crazy.
It keeps on. Are you seeing the slides? Because I'm seeing a desert.
I'm seeing it on your desktop.
Okay, all right, good. I've got two monitors going.
You've got
and I'm the tech guy. So I think you're ready to go now, right?
Okay, yes, we're good. You can go to the second slide. So we're just going to quick introduce ourselves. My name is Jessamine Newhouse, and I'm a professor of U.S. history and popular culture in the history department. I am the 1/3 time interim director for the Center for Teaching Excellence, and I'm the author of Geeky Pedagogy, a guide for intellectuals, introverts, and nerds who want to be effective teachers. And that was published last year in the West Virginia University Press series on teaching and learning. If you'd like to learn more about my own scholarship of teaching and learning, you can visit my personal website. That's geekypedagogy.com.
And I'm John Locke. I'm the coordinator. My day job is as coordinator of the Technology Enhanced Learning Unit, which is housed in the library, Feinberg Library. I also have the privilege of teaching one class per semester, which I find is really helpful in my role as Technology Enhanced Learning Coordinator, because it gives me a chance to either practice what I preach or preach against using something that I used and with questionable results. I also enjoy teaching. I've been doing it longer than I've been doing this job, and I wouldn't want to live without the opportunity. My doctorate is in humanities and culture, and like many people in my field, I've sort of evolved to this this arena rather than having it be, my life's ambition. And I have actually published a few books, but none of them have anything to do with my job, so we can talk about that off camera. Next slide.
Yep. So I'm just going to give you a brief overview of the CTE, like I just mentioned, and I put in the chat. We really don't have time to really get into some nitty-gritty teaching stuff, although I'd love to talk about that with you. So I just want to give a little intro of the services that we offer for instructors who are interested in their educational professional development and continuing their teaching skills. So next slide. So my most important job via the CTE is helping people on campus make connections and build community. Obviously, we're a very, very small center, a 1/3 time interim director. And we also have, this semester, we have a pedagogy fellow through the Ethics Institute who will be providing some professional development. I also facilitate some teaching workshops, often in collaboration with John Locke from TEL. He's going to talk more about that in a minute. And I offer a few individual consultations. This semester, I'm organizing a faculty learning community. I'd strongly encourage you to register. You can do that. I'm going to send out an email on Monday with a link, or you can go right to the CTE Moodle site. I put the URL in the chat. We're going to be reading Flower Darby and James M. Lang's incredible book, Small Teaching Online. It really completely changed my mind about online teaching, and we're going to be doing it in collaboration with SUNY Oswego, which is going to be awesome. The Moodle site is the main way you can access all the curated resources and join in the faculty forum. I asked faculty on Monday to post their best advice for a brand new instructor at SUNY Plattsburgh. I realize not all of you are brand new to teaching, but brand new to SUNY Plattsburgh. So if you go to the CTE Moodle site, you'll see that forum and read some of the advice that your colleagues are passing on. You are automatically enrolled, but John, just remind me, how do they see it then?
If you go to moodle.plattsburgh.edu, and look at the dashboard, it will show up within that central panel.
Okay.
Jessamine has a cool picture of a sculpture of a hand holding up a tree branch.
Metaphorically supporting each other.
That's right.
I'm good. Next slide. So I know your brains are totally and completely stuffed right now. There's so many details thrown at you, so I'm really not going to give you any specific advice or instructions about teaching. But I want to invite you and encourage you to participate in what I call the Plattsburgh Pedagogical Community of Practice. And that's the idea that together We who are interested in student success, we want our students to learn, and we think of ourselves as learners, always growing and learning new pedagogical skills, building up our pedagogical toolkit, and sharing our ideas. Nobody is born an effective teacher. It takes a lot of reflection. It takes a lot of practice. From our very first class to our very last class, we're learning how to be effective in the classroom. And as has come up already, this is a particularly challenging time to be doing that. So, next slide. So please stay in touch, check out the opportunities that are coming your way, watch for my e-blast. I do that once a week. And I encourage you, please email me, or you can leave me a voicemail at that number anytime.
Okay. There we go. Where's the next slide? There. Okay, well, on to me and the Technology Enhanced Learning Unit. We are also a small unit. Right now it is me and my colleague Peter Friesen, who is actually a doctor of English. And so we are your colleagues, both as far as degrees go and as far as experience in the classroom. So I want to stress that because, you know, unlike some tech help desks or work with instructional designers, you know, you're working with people here that are also either in the trenches as you are or have spent lots of time in them in the past. We offer a similar portfolio of services to CTE. And originally there was, when I first got, I've only been here 5 years, so I'm still kind of new compared to a lot of the people you're going to meet. But originally when I came here, there was a pretty clear demarcation between what CTE offered and what we offer. When it came to pedagogy, we would defer to them. And when it came to technology, CTE would defer to us. Especially with the onset of this particular situation, that line has blurred quite a bit. And obviously there's no way that you can learn to teach online and use the technology without considering the pedagogical ramifications of what you're doing. So we do work very closely together, and I love co-facilitating workshops with Jessamine, and I hope you'll enjoy attending them. That said, we do have some specific workshops that we offer throughout the year. You'll also get either a weekly or bi-weekly email that comes out with the schedule. But you can also see that schedule if you go to the website and don't bother to drill down through all the links. Just hit the little magnifying glass search icon and type in TEL, and that'll bring our page up as the top page. And if you go in there, you'll see a page for workshops. Both Jessamine's and our workshops are loaded into that page, and you can register for them right from there. This semester, at least, they're all going to be offered through Zoom. So you know, that'll actually make it easier. I think you won't have to trudge your way through the snow to get to the library or anything like that. And, you know, check it every now and then, because especially when we have demand. In fact, just earlier this week, I was getting a lot of requests for help with editing videos. So we quickly put together a workshop that's just strictly editing videos in Adobe Premiere. And so, you know, keep an eye on that page from time to time. And if you don't see what you're looking for there, then certainly we can offer individual consultations, again, through Zoom at the moment, but eventually I'd love to have you over in my office, and we can work one-on-one that way. But for now, through Zoom. And you can send either Peter or me an email to ask for that help. If you send it to me and you're asking about a topic that I know he's better equipped to handle, I will refer you to him. So please do that. Also, another way that we can help you is, and I want to back up just a second, because I always feel challenged when it comes to new faculty, because you gain access to our systems so late in the game that you know, you probably feel like you're playing catch up. And I want you to know that, yes, you are, but we take a special, we make special effort to help you get caught up. Once you can actually log in. It doesn't help you to do, these theoretical workshops without having to be able to apply what you're learning. So now that you're all able to log into Moodle and all, don't struggle. If you have questions on how to do something, you'll find right on the side at the bottom of the right-hand column on every Moodle page, there's a box. And as faculty, you see both Trouble Report, which opens up a form and you can fill out the specifics of what's going on. The nice thing about that is that when we get that response, it's just not one of us. We all get it, and it's up to us to figure out who's going to reply, but somebody will reply fairly quickly. It also gives us all sorts of important information, like what course you're sending this Trouble Report from, and what system you're using, because it might be a Mac problem versus a PC problem. We got all that information in the background. So I encourage you to use that rather than emailing an individual. And also there's another box on there, or another link on there that just says ask a question. So if the issue that you have it's not really a trouble report, but you just have a question about something, click on that. Again, we all get it. And that way, if one of us is out mowing the lawn, whoever isn't is going to respond that much quicker. And when I refer to mowing the lawn, I'm talking about weekends and evenings. Theoretically, we're not on duty, but all of us are kind of, we don't have other lives. And we if we have time, we will respond to you over the weekend too. And finally, as far as online teaching and learning goes, when you get into online learning is kind of new to a lot of folks on campus here. So when you're getting into your departments and you start talking about the courses that you teach, if you say, I know this course has never been taught online before, but I would like to, or you think about a program that would make sense to offer online, I would recommend that I would be one of your first phone calls, because I can help you kind of navigate the process and ask you questions that you might not have thought of. And then when we figure out it's the right time, your dean and Joanne and others will be part of that process. Okay, so that's my services in a nutshell. And by the way, I've just uploaded this presentation to our shared directory. So I'm assuming you have access to that. And so if you want to get this, bring this presentation down so you have these contact slides, please feel free. There's the information. I've got the number to my cell phone there. So if you would rather text than call, that's fine. And with that, I'll just say thank you. And I don't know if we have time for any questions, but I know both Jessamine and I would be happy to take them if we do.
We have about 5 minutes.
Okay, great. Any questions?
Actually, you should say, who has the first question?
Oh, I like
Or what is the first question? Or we will not go on until you ask a question. But that's what you have to do when you have shy, reticent students, not smarty pants scholars like the group in front of us.
True.
So
yeah.
Any questions?
Yes. Do I see a hand up? Yes. Akanasha. I probably butchered that, but.
That's fine. I just wanted to ask, for those of us who are teaching online asynchronous classes, what would be what kind of ways would you suggest that we get student or regular student feedback on, the assignments and activities that we are giving them?
Yeah. I find that the discussion forum is really the heart of an online course. And I'm speaking from the humanities perspective. So if you're teaching math or physics, you might have a different idea. But, in a course where discussion is important, that becomes your classroom. That becomes the place where everybody engages with you and each other. And it can be, depending on how you craft your prompts for discussions and all, it can be a really exciting place. The thing I love most about it is that if you're an introvert or you have introverted students who usually sit in the back of the room quietly, quite often it's not because they're not interested or engaged. It's just because they don't think and process information as quickly as, you know, the type A's sitting in the front of the room. And, you know, and the asynchronicity of a discussion forum gives them that chance to kind of, it equalizes the playing field so that they can contribute just like anybody else.
We also heard from faculty that students whose English wasn't their first language appreciated the opportunity to participate online. And I also just wanted to take this teachable moment to say, if you are Zooming with students, you might want to give them the chance to make sure that they identify themselves as they want to be identified. With the name function, you can change it using the 3 little dots. And I like to put in my pronouns, at least for the first time I meet with students. I know students appreciate it. I've heard feedback from them about that.
Thank you both. Thank you very much.
Of course.
And how do you pronounce your name? I'm so sorry.
Is that for me?
Yes.
Oh, Akanksha.
Okay.
Akanksha, thank you. I saw Dr. Chuni's hand and then Dr. Resnick.
Right. You can hear me, right?
Yes.
Yes.
So do you have small videos to train people who has never used Zoom? Because I have always been using Blackboard to teach online for the last 8 months.
Mm-hmm.
And I've been using Zoom. I've been struggling by myself and getting the help of a colleague. But do you have any short videos how to use it properly while teaching, recording?
Yes, absolutely.
Booking the
yes.
office hours for students and etc.
Yes, absolutely. We have a whole section on the CT Moodle site is called Teaching and Learning with Zoom. And John and I also did a workshop about Zoom pedagogy specifically. So it's less about the technical part and more about those questions that you're raising exactly. We're not doing that workshop. It's not scheduled to happen again as of right now, but there is a recorded one. So if you go to the CT Moodle site, there's a section of workshops and there's a folder of recorded workshops. So you can click on that. I really appreciate your point about feeling like we're all kind of out here alone. I don't want people to feel like they're all alone.
Yeah.
So definitely check out those sites. And also our learning management system, Moodle, TEL offers some fantastic training. I took it this summer because I've been using Moodle, but not to teach online. I took it this summer. It's a great, great, great class if those are offered again.
Yeah, because my first class is on this coming Monday. So yeah. I don't want to get stuck in the middle of the class.
Sure. The Zoom tutorial stuff is a quick read. It should not be overwhelming. So check those out.
Is there anyone to contact immediately if I am teaching online and then I get into some trouble, some problem? Is there anyone I can contact immediately?
Yeah, well, you're teaching synchronously online.
Synchronously.
Yeah. And what are your classes scheduled during the day?
During the day, in the morning.
Okay, all right. Yeah, you saw.
I'm not expecting to get into trouble, but if in case.
No, I understand totally. Let's see, you don't have to look at this, but I'm gonna check it because what I actually did was set up a Google phone number so that it texts to my cell phone. And it is 518-310-2407. So if you have an issue in class and it's during the day, I will hear the bing and I will check it out for sure.
Thank you very much. That makes me very confident now.
Good. And also, if between now and Monday you want to set up some time to just, chat, send me an email. I'm the only John Locke on campus, and it's a pretty easy name to remember. So if you just type that in the addressee window. My address will come up right there, and send me a message. We'll find a time to get together and talk. Also, if you're available tomorrow at 11 o'clock, I've got a Zoom practicum, the last one before the semester starts. And it says it's capped out at 8, but I'm gonna bring anybody who's on it in.
I would like to join.
Yeah, the idea is that we will each get a chance to host the meeting so that everybody can share their screen and all that. We'll see how many people we get, if we can get through everybody, but you'll definitely learn things from doing that if you're available.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I am.
Sign up on the workshop page.
Oh, I have to sign up.
Yeah, that way you'll get the invitation.
Thank you.
Do we have time for, oh, so yes, someone just asked for signing up for any of the workshops, registering for those, including that one. You go to the workshop link. I put it in the chat a while ago. And you can also find the link to the workshops on the TEL site and the CT Moodle site. Yeah. I know Dr. Resnick had a question. If we could just quick answer that before we go on.
Yes, just really quickly, I was curious. Everybody's trying their best at these times and figuring this out as we go. I was curious if CTE, or really the university in general, had actually reached out to students for feedback about their experiences in the spring and thoughts they had going forward, and yes, come up with any kind of conclusions or recommendations.
Yes, there's been a range of ways that we've reached out to students, some sort of institutionalized feedback forms. And I also, in my role as interim director, have been trying to read and look at as much as possible nationwide what we're hearing from students. I can give you the one quick, clear takeaway from our faculty, our students, and nationally. Students crave and need connections. They need to build appropriate, professional, encouraging connections with their instructors and with other students. So that, like all the other learning, really grows out of that. So every choice we're making, and we are just trying to figure it out as we go along, needs to start with that, reaching out and making connections with our students. They need a lot of encouragement. They need a lot of support. So anything we can do to help them build those connections with each other, with us, with the content, is the #1 thing we can do right now.
And in addition to that, even when there is no COVID thing happening, we have a teaching and learning with technology advisory group that's faculty and tech people. It gives us a chance to work together. And we always have a student representative on that committee. Also, over the summer, we had 5 different task forces around campus trying to figure out what the fall semester would look like. And students, I was in the group that discussed teaching and learning, in fact, and we had the president of the Student Senate on our committee, and I know that students were represented on the other ones as well. So yeah, we've tried very hard to keep the student perspective in mind throughout this whole thing.
Thank you.
Yeah.
John and Jessamine, thank you so much. Appreciate all your information and assistance. Thank you.
Welcome aboard, everybody, and don't be a stranger.
And now it's my pleasure to welcome Dr. Kurt Gervich, Associate Professor in the Center for Earth and Environmental Science, Dr. Jason Lee, a Professor in Accounting, and Dr. Allison Pugliati, Associate Professor in Teacher Education. Welcome. I see you here. Can you hear us okay?
Hello, everybody. Kurt, I'm Jason Lee, and Kurt, are you ready? I cannot hear you.
Great, thanks. Sorry about that.
Okay,
thanks,
that's great.
Jason.
Let's just make sure. Allison, are you okay?
Yes, I'm ready. Can you hear me?
Oh, yeah, good. Yeah, okay, just double check for everything. All right, yeah. First of all, I want to thank you for answering our very brief survey sent to you on Friday. And we have some interesting results to share with you. And also, we will be able to answer some questions for all of you. Yeah, let me share my screen. Okay. So can everybody see my screen?
Yep, we see it, Jason.
All right, good. All right, let's go. All right, let's look at our result for the first question. Indicate your level of confidence for beginning the fall semester. And interestingly, looks like not everybody is very confident. So we have our confidence level is somewhere between 60% and 70% over here. Okay, I think that's normal because even I feel some kind of not ready at this time. You know, this is my first semester actually to change my course to a Zoom course. Okay, usually I have online course, but they are not in the Zoom format. So it's interesting to see, you know, how's going this coming semester. Now, the second question, indicate your level of familiarity with SUNY Plattsburgh students. And interestingly, okay, and then not surprisingly, with only 40%, okay, slightly higher than 40%. So that means a lot of people here, you know, we don't have a very clear idea about what our students, okay, they are at SUNY Plattsburgh. And we'll be able to answer some questions from all of you today. Indicate your level of anxiety. So you probably read the news today, you know, there are a lot of colleges now, they are actually going back to online teaching. So we don't want this to happen, okay, but obviously the anxiety is over there. So it's 60 to 70% of anxiety from our faculty. So that means most of the faculty, we are concerned about this. How confident are you in your ability to balance the demands and then manage your time? So this one actually, most people feel quite comfortable. It's 70 to 80% right here. Now, for those people answering the email survey, you know, most of them are full-time. Most of you are full-time, and there was probably 2 faculty responding to the email are part-time faculty. So here are the topics actually we identify that might be useful for many faculty, especially, you know, for the new faculty. And so first question is, what's the requirement for a new tenure track faculty in terms of teaching, research, and service? Kurt, you want to drop in?
Sure. Well, hi, everybody. My name's Kurt Gervich, and I am an associate professor in the Center for Earth and Environmental Science. So I'm an environmental planner, and I teach courses in the human side of environmental issues. So environmental policy, sustainability, and environmental management. The requirement for new tenure track faculty in terms of teaching, research, and service, you know, I think at SUNY Plattsburgh, we pride ourselves on being a teaching first college. And so I think most faculty place their priority there. We do have faculty that perform an awful lot of really great research. And then we have faculty that perform an awful lot of really great service. And those 2 things are secondary to teaching, but they can still take a lot of time and still require a lot of focus. I like to think that it's maybe a focus of 60 to 70% on teaching and 20% on 20 to 30 on research, and then 10 or so on service. But people tend to navigate that in their own way. And so there are some kind of different ways that you can balance those 3 things. Allison, do you want to add anything to that?
Sure. So hi, everyone. I'm Allison Pugliati. I teach in the teacher education program. I teach undergraduate classes in childhood education and special education. I'm starting my 5th year here at the college, so I'm in the middle of this whole tenure review process. So I do appreciate the question. But first, I just wanted to congratulate all of you. I know it's such a difficult time with everything that's going on, getting a new job. Many of you probably moved to the area. So I wanted to welcome you and congratulate you and say how excited we all are to have new faculty with us. Back to the question, added to what Kurt said, I think an important thing to consider is speaking with your department, because all departments have slightly different requirements and expectations regarding the 3 areas of teaching, research, and service. So I've I've spoken with new faculty from different departments and did notice that we do have slightly different requirements. So I think it is important to speak to your department chair, speak with newly tenured faculty in your department. Building those close relationships with faculty I found to be really helpful. I've had some of my colleagues share their files with me, which was so helpful when I was creating my own file, just to get an understanding of what the department was looking for.
Nice. Okay. The second question is the tenure expectations. I think, Alison already discussed it. And the next one is going to be interesting. What's the pitfall of a new faculty? Alison, you want to share something since you're pretty new?
Sure. Sure. So I think two things I was thinking about when I saw this question. One came from a relatively new faculty member that shared with me how she felt a little isolated in her position. And especially this semester, I imagine that being so true. So this faculty member was in a very small department where schedules were quite different with faculty members. So it was oftentimes she would be in her office and not see another colleague for days. Sometimes she wouldn't see particular colleagues for weeks because she taught during the day and her colleagues taught at night. So that's a real challenge. Sometimes we could feel, a little bit isolated, especially with now COVID and the online teaching. So what I recommend is really just trying to get involved with as much as you can within your department, but specifically across campus. I've been working with Kurt and Jason on several different projects, and it's really helped me build more of a connection to the college because I've been able to build some friendships and get a good understanding of the different programs that are available across campus. The second pitfall is getting yourself too involved too early on before you develop a plan for yourself. So you can be very anxious, very excited being new and wanting to participate in so many different things, which is wonderful. But I just caution you to think about what are your priorities for your research and for your service. And when you're selecting those different research and service activities, be sure that they align with what your end goal is, so that you don't become too overwhelmed and too committed to too many things, so that you really can't focus on what your priorities are.
So I would add a couple others to that also, Allison. One I would add is forgetting to check in with your students and see how your students are responding to what it is that you're teaching, and just plowing ahead with your lesson plans without every couple of days somehow getting some feedback from students. So something that I do about 3 weeks in to the beginning of the semester is I have students fill out a little exit ticket as they're leaving the room that has 3 questions. Something that is going well for you in the class, something that's not going well for you in the class, and something and a question that you have for me. And they don't put their names on those. They just tear out a scrap of paper from their notebook and leave it on a desk as they're leaving the room. So things like that, so you can understand how your students are responding and if you need to adjust your kind of teaching strategies at all, I think is really important, because the semester goes quick and all of a sudden it can be week 10 and you never realize that your students were 4 weeks behind you in the material or were still misunderstanding something from the second week of class. So frequent check-ins, I think, are important.
I think it's also important to make sure that you do not over-prepare. Sometimes I feel that if we over-prepare, we actually waste a lot of time because we actually let our students inspire us. So our students actually, they will tell us, what works and what will not work. So you'll figure out that actually when you get something down like 85% or 90%, and the other 10%, let students fill in the blank.
I'd like to jump in as a new provost and just say self-care, which I think that goes with what Allison said about making a plan, because it's really easy with all the new challenges to live neck up. We are whole people. So finding time to take a walk around campus or whatever it is you like to do to take care of your whole self.
Okay, great. The next one, implementing research agenda and protecting scholarship time. Kurt?
So I can only tell you some strategies that I have picked up over the last few years. So I've been here for 10 years and have had a pretty strong scholarship agenda and while I have been here. So something that I have done is mapped out the trajectory that I want my scholarship to take in kind of 2 or 3 year increments. Here's what I want to do over the next couple of years. And then I set aside time each week and each semester to do those things. And, I also do a lot of campus service, and I have learned that if I don't set aside my scholarship time and kind of keep it sacred, that it can easily be overrun by either course preparation or assisting students outside of classes, or with campus service to the college or service to the community. And so it's important to set that time aside. I usually set it aside in the morning, 3 mornings a week, so that I can write, so I can collect data and do whatever I need to do. And I try to hold that as sacred as possible. I think that's an important, I'll meet my other obligations because I try not to let people down. But if I don't set aside my research time, I will let that slide because the only person I'm accountable to is myself. And so it's easy to let that one go.
Nice.
Could I add something to that? This is Jeannie Babb, Interim Dean of Arts and Sciences. And this kind of pulls together Jason's point and Kurt's point, that I find when I write in the morning, even if I give myself just 30 minutes, that actually energizes me in a way that helps me with my course preparation, because I feel good that I have given some priority to my research. So just wanted to add that.
And you know what, Dean Babb, I would even add something to that. Something I did not do in my first few years as a faculty member and wish that I had, and I do now, is I pull my research into my course prep and into my classes much more than I did. I always felt like, oh, my students don't want to hear about what I do. They want to hear about what other specialists and other people are doing, because what I do is maybe not that exciting to them, or they hear from me enough. But I have learned over time that students really do want to know what you do in addition to teaching and how it applies to the world. And they want to see us as professionals that are making a difference outside of teaching. And so I think it's really valuable to let your students into that research window, to hire them as assistants or as independent study students, but to talk about your work in class also. I think students really enjoy it and find it really valuable.
And if I could just add to that, the other thing that I found that I can talk about is writing. Just talk about my own struggles with writing, the rewriting process, and so forth, so that I can identify with them as they are working on their papers and so forth. So.
And I would like to add also something that I found to be extremely helpful is working with colleagues on research. Because just like Kurt said, we're only accountable to ourselves if we're working on research on our own. And I do tend to put things to the back burner. But when I'm working with a colleague, I'm accountable to them. So it keeps me on a good schedule and a good time frame. And that has been extremely helpful for me. And my colleagues also have the same requirements for research. So we've been really supportive of each other. And it's really enhanced my learning when I work with a colleague that has different area of specialization than I do.
And there are a couple of different faculty writing groups on campus that meet, I think meeting virtually now, but in person when they can, that meet in order to write together. And those are interdisciplinary groups where people are not necessarily working together. They're just groups that write together and then read and talk about ideas. And I think an email came out about one of those that was sent to all faculty this morning. So you should have gotten that.
And if I could just add one more thing, for those of you who are in the arts and sciences, and even if you're not, but particularly for those of you in arts and sciences, if I would love it if you would come talk to me about your research. And, you know, especially as you might be facing struggles of making time for it, that's something that I have thought about a lot. I actually belong to an online writing group that has a lot of strategies. So I am really interested in supporting the teacher scholar, you know, the teacher who cares about teaching, but also is a scholar. And you will be evaluated on your scholarship. So it's really for your best interest that you do make time for that and you really take it very seriously. So don't hesitate to drop by and talk to me or set up a Zoom meeting, because I'd love to hear about what each one of you are doing.
Jason, maybe we should take a quick pause and see if there are any questions or comments from the whole group.
Sure.
So what questions are there in the room right now? If Jessamine is still on, I hope she gives me a high five for asking the question that way.
I don't have a question, but I'll just say this is all very helpful. So thank you for.
Okay, that's great.
Great.
Yep. So let's talk about work-life balance, and that's the next topic. You know, I feel that actually work-life balance is really, really important, especially as a new faculty. You know, as a new faculty, you probably don't have too much time. So you really have to make sure that you have a quality time, you know, because when pressure keep building up, you know, that means depression. You don't want to be there. So, you know, for you, my suggestion for the work-life balance is just make sure that you really say yes to something you're interested, but say no to something you're not interested. Yeah, because your time is precious.
Yeah, I think right now, because many of us are working from home, actually we're living at work, we're not working from home, right? I think work-life balance is really challenging. You know, I have 2 children that are 9 and 12, so we're helping them through school at the same time that my wife also works on campus, so the same time that she's teaching, I'm teaching, and we're both working on our various projects. So just like you're setting aside time for your scholarship, you know, set aside time for yourself and your family as well, I think is super important. I think SUNY Plattsburgh, I think, is really great at this and at helping you balance the work-life challenge. And so, you know, if it's becoming overwhelming, I would chat with your colleagues, I would chat with your department chair, I would chat with your dean, because in my experience, everyone has been really helpful and supportive in trying to navigate work-life balance issues.
That's great.
This was something that I struggled with a bit this past semester from when we moved to the remote instruction, because it was hard to find an end time to work. The students were very concerned about their coursework, so there were lots of emails, and I just felt like I never shut down. So about halfway through that remote instruction period, I set work time schedule for myself at home. So at a particular time, I said, that's it, that's when my work day is over. And I shut down my computer, shut off my emails, and then went back to check on them the next day. Or else it would have been constant and it would have drained me completely. So setting those specific timelines was very helpful for me. And also my family appreciated it too, because I was available for them as well.
So next question, okay, anybody want to ask questions? Okay, let's go for the next one. Should we work in the office or remotely for the semester if we only teach online classes? That's interesting. Yeah, I would say that technically speaking, you know, probably it doesn't make any difference. I mean, in terms of the result, you know, but for the new faculty, I think my suggestion for you is, you know, sometimes, you know, come to campus, because that's how you will be able to network with many other faculty, And those are very good opportunities actually for you to know people. But during the pandemic season, I know that it's always challenging here. Kurt, do you have anything to say?
Well, you know, I mean, we do have Dean Babb and Provost Herzog on who can talk to us about what the protocols are from the administration regarding this. But I can tell you, in my experience over the course of the spring and what I am hearing from faculty and my department chair is that there's lots and lots of flexibility to do what is appropriate and right for you at the moment, because these are, you know, it becomes cliche to say these are such strange times, but they are. So I know in Hudson Hall, where I work, the capacity of our offices is 1. And so we are not allowed to meet with students in our office for office hours, which means that there's not a lot of reason for me to be in my office. Right. I live very close to campus. And so if I need to meet with a student, it's easy for me to set up my office hours, you know, somewhere outside on campus. But I guess what I'm saying is that you should talk with your chair and your dean, and maybe Provost Herzog can give us some more guidance. But I think that there's a lot of flexibility and sensitivity to different people's needs at this moment.
Yeah, I think Dr. Gurvich has answered that very well. If the question is, do you need to come to campus and work in your office, even though you're teaching fully online? No, you do not need to come to campus. You have full flexibility to meet your teaching responsibilities remotely, fully remotely. But I agree also with the suggestion, maybe occasionally coming in as a new person would be good with your mask, of course. We have been at least sharing with some people that you should probably talk with your chair about service responsibilities. It is possible that a chair would ask you to do something that is on campus related to service. So that would be my answer. Certainly we're trying to keep the density of the campus population down as much as possible as we try to keep everybody healthy. So that's what I would say. Jeannie, I don't know if you'd want to pop in any differently.
I would say that what the really important thing is, at least with regard to students, and that is just availability. So whether you're meeting them on a Zoom for your office hours, or whether you're meeting them in person, the important thing is to meet with them. And then I would say, you know, it might be a good idea just to perhaps set up times to meet maybe one-on-one or with maybe 1 or 2 other people in your department, face-to-face, you know, go for coffee or something, and so that you can be socially distanced, just so that you start to get to know people. And I kind of missed the beginning of the question, so I hope I'm answering what was asked, but
I think you got it, Jeannie. We were just trying to deal with the question about working remotely, when to come to campus, and
right.
The question of office hours did come up. Yeah.
I do think it's important to experience the space on campus. I think it always makes a difference in how we understand our role in our environment when we're actually in the literal space. So I certainly encourage you to come and walk around when you feel comfortable, and maybe on a weekend or something like that, just so that you kind of get a sense of the campus.
So also I would add that, you know, it's important to build relationships with your students. You'll be working with them, you know, your newer students for 4 years, and they can have a big influence on your scholarship and on your teaching and on your success. And so building relationships with students is important. That, you know, in person clearly builds stronger relationships, I think, but it's difficult right now. But meeting one-on-one or in very small groups with students I think is a good idea. Something that I would like you to know is that the Einstein's Bagels, which is in Hawkins Hall, will give free coffee to faculty-student pairs. And so if you go into Einstein's at any time with a student, they've got a little form that you fill out, So you can grab your coffee to go and go social distance outside and get to know your students that way. I think is important.
Cool. The next question is a very important question. Helping students feel supported and a part of the community in unprecedented times like this. Allison, you have something to add?
Sure. So this was something that my students struggled with last semester when we switched to remote learning. So they felt the connection in the fall and the beginning of the spring semester. And then once they were all home and working remotely, they really didn't feel that connection anymore. So what I tried to do was set up some Zoom meeting times with the students, even though we were not teaching through Zoom, the course that I was teaching. It was a Moodle course. The students all were in favor of meeting via Zoom. They needed that connection with each other. So I recommend having that FaceTime, although it is Zoom, that Zoom FaceTime with the students. Your regular emails, checking in with them, that's helpful. But the students want to see your face and they want to see their classmates' faces, just so that they could feel part of the greater community. So that would be one thing that I would continue. Another is really encouraging your students to get involved in some sort of SA organization. So, or something other than their classwork. So a club, a sport, an intramural sport, something that will keep them connected and form their group of friends. I've had a few advisees first semester that felt like they might not want to continue in the college just because they were very homesick. But once they became a part of a student organization, they immediately felt like they were part of a community. Now, I know it's going to be difficult this semester, but the clubs are still going to be running. So I would really encourage, spreading the news of all the different clubs and organizations. We get them daily in our faculty digest of the information. So share that as part of your class content, just to make the students aware of those different opportunities.
That's great. Hi, Diane, do we still have time? I know that we are running late.
We are, but we were going to take a break after your presentation. So if you want to continue for a few more minutes.
Okay, that's great. Yeah.
Thank you.
So, okay, let's go to our online teaching area. I know that our previous section actually has some technology involved. So there are a bunch of questions related to how to teach effectively online, how to engage students in online classes. For teaching online is actually a very, very interesting question, and there are a lot of things to learn. And as a first year teacher, actually, my suggestion for you is, just find a way that works for you, and make sure that you make your lectures shorter, and make sure that online students, they will be able to focus on your content and to have something to practice. So don't make anything too long for them. So there are a lot of things actually over here. Kurt, you want to add something?
Sure. Something that I learned this spring semester is that my upper level students, my 3rd and 4th year students, could handle online learning much better than my introductory 1st and 2nd year students. And so if you are teaching an intro class, I would suggest, doing a tour of your Moodle site with your students, doing a tour on how to use Zoom in the first couple of days, doing some simple exercises that get your students using the different tools of Zoom, like the whiteboard and the breakout rooms and the polling features, just all of those things that get them comfortable with the technology. They're coming out of high school where they probably, they took online classes this past spring, but if school for them was like it was for my children, it was a mess. And so they're coming in with lots of different experiences probably not good ones with online learning because it was so haphazard. And so I would create an introduction to online learning that teaches them how to learn this way effectively, whatever that means for you. And if you have upper level students, I think you'll find that they're really strong at online learning. They know how to use collaborative tools like Google Meets and Hangouts and all the other things that are available, and they're used to working that way, and they can do it long distance, and they can figure it out, and you can give them a lot of freedom. I taught a class this summer where we were spread across New York State, and we were collaborating with an NGO in Kenya. And the students created a podcast and 2 videos and a graphic novel for this NGO, and they never met each other once. And those were all 3rd and 4th year students. So they can do some really great work online, but 1st and 2nd year students will need some help.
I would like to add something really basic, and that's just finding out your students' access to technology. That was a struggle for some of my students this past semester. Some students might not have their own device at home. They might have to share it with their siblings, especially since their siblings might be doing remote instruction. And also in our area, there's a lot of rural towns that have very limited internet access. So a few of my students did not have internet access at all. So I would find that out early on from your students about their access to technology, and then to develop a plan to help meet their needs.
Wonderful. I hate to bring this session to a close. I feel we could go on and talk really for hours. I appreciate very much the information and the guidance that you've shared with the new faculty today, based on your expertise and experience. Thank you. And having said that, I'm now going to allow us to take a break. We are running a little bit behind schedule. How about if we rejoin at 10 minutes to 3? Okay?
Okay.
Great, thank you. So the next session, we're going to address the actual performance evaluation process for academic employees. And joining me this afternoon in this presentation is Dr. Rowena Ortiz-Walters, Dean for the School of Business and Economics, Dr. Denise Simard, Dean for the School of Education, Health and Human Services, Kim Hartshorn, Professor of Theater, and also the chapter president for UUP, and myself. So having said that, I'm going to turn the presentation over to Dr. Ortiz-Walters.
Thank you, Diane. Hello, everyone. I hope you are having a very good day. I'm sure you're getting a lot of content. I am Rowena Ortiz-Walters, and I'm the Dean of the School of Business and Economics, and I am located in Osebo Hall, 3rd floor. So whenever you're on campus, and if you want to stop by and say hello, I'd certainly like to meet folks in person. So we have divided this presentation up into a few segments, and I was asked to speak to the purpose of performance evaluations. Dr. Simard will speak to the content that you should be putting into the materials. Diane Merkel will be speaking to the cycles that you need to pay attention to, and then we'll wrap up with Dr. Hartshorn, who will be speaking to the workshops and future training opportunities that you have. I'm a career development researcher, and this is an area that I absolutely love. So I want to try to help you see this in a different perspective than what you'll often think about when you think about the word evaluation. First of all, this is a community that is very familial, very supportive. You've heard a lot about the inclusiveness that we really try to emulate, and so that should help you already to start to feel comfort around how we handle this process. We understand it's a very important process. We understand it leads to tenure and promotion, and those are very critical career outcomes for all of us, but we don't want you to be stressed about the process either. So one of the things I would say is that, first of all, it's a holistic process, and that's part of the purpose, is to make sure that you're understanding that our mission is a teaching-focused institution. That is what we do best, that is our core competency, and that is very important. But there are other criteria that are important as well, because all of it really integrates into and builds into your teaching performance, right? Everything else that you do can really inform what you do in the classroom and how you connect with your students. So I like that we look at a very holistic, even balanced perspective of your performance as a faculty member. The second thing that I will say is obviously the piece that you would normally expect, is that really it's an opportunity for feedback. But I think one of the things to think about during this process is that it's feedback from your peers. So once you get out of graduate school, you don't really have a lot of opportunity to get that feedback that you've normally been expected or expecting to get from faculty that you work with directly. So this is a peer-driven process, and these are peers within your discipline. And so they can appreciate the kinds of criteria and the effort it takes to publish, for example, in your area and in your discipline, or understand the value of certain kinds of pedagogy that you might use in the classroom to get to meet certain student learning objectives. And so that should give you a lot of comfort, because what it is an iterative process. And what you'll get is feedback that will help you to move to the next step and to get better at each successive stage of the performance evaluation process. So feedback is good. Remember that feedback is good. And if you aren't getting enough feedback, reach out to people and ask for feedback. I don't ever see feedback as negative. I think of course, it's important how it's delivered, but it's really a valuable tool for you to develop yourself. And some of you might want to be thought leaders in your area. If you're not publishing in the right outlets, and I can speak to management, for example, I see Jeff. if Jeff's not publishing in strategic management journal, then and he wants to be a thought leader, then that's not really going to be that helpful for him. So that's the kind of feedback he needs to hear. The third purpose that I see for evaluations is I'm very focused on careers, and I'm very focused on goals. So I think before you start this process of putting your binder together, think about what do you want to get out of your career. I know tenure and promotion is important, but longer term, are you someone who seeks to get grants or awards and recognition in your field? Or are you someone who might be interested in leadership roles, which I'm always promoting because we need a lot of academic leadership. If that's your goal, let's say it's academic leadership, then think about how you compile your binder so that you're highlighting those areas that would give you strength and help others take a look at those areas that you are have strengthened with regard to leadership. And then when leadership opportunities come up, I'll think in my mind, oh, I remember, Shunan, for example, exhibited this, and I think she'd be great at X, Y, and Z position. And so you're going to get feedback from your peers, you're going to get feedback from your department chair, you're going to get feedback from your dean and your provost. And so all of those are different perspectives on what's occurring. And so think about, where do you want to ultimately be? And you don't have to figure that out in the first semester, obviously, but you'll get to second semester. We'll give you to second semester. And then the last thing I'll say is that think about, we went through an evaluation for our accreditation, and it was an onerous process. And one of the things that was really cool at the end when we had our self-study report is we got a chance as faculty, as a group of faculty, to look at everything we had done in the last 5 years and really celebrate the accomplishments that we've had. And I think that's really important for you to sit back after you've cut the paper and punched the holes and, all of that kind of stuff is a little bit tedious, but once you have the package, look at it, look at what you've done, look at those notes from students. Those are all great motivators for you to continue to strive to get better and better each time. We all can get better each time. So I will say that those are really the four main purposes that I wanted to highlight. We are really excited to have you join us. All of you went through a very rigorous process of interviewing and screening. We have chosen the top candidates, so we have no doubt you will be successful. It's just a matter of walking you through the process and helping you really think intentionally about how you use the performance evaluation for your benefit. So I'm very excited to meet all of you, and I will now turn it over to Dr. Samard.
Welcome, everyone. I want to give a shout out to the folks from EHHS. Welcome, Julie. Welcome, Terrence. So glad to have you here. Can't wait to see you on campus. I want to reiterate what Rowena has said, in that this is about you telling your story and getting feedback as you grow and develop on the career ladder. This is about helping you get success. And the feedback, sometimes it's not necessarily what you want to hear, but it is the constructive feedback that is needed to help you achieve the goals that you've set out to do within your binder. So I think those are really important pieces to recognize, is telling your story as a professional here at SUNY Plattsburgh. So we recognize also that today you have been sitting for a really long time and you've gotten a ton of information, and we've all been on Zoom like this. So one of my first things to say is talk with your chairs. They'll help gather more succinct and specific information, because there are nuances for each department about what will be in the files and what to expect. So those are things to do when you, after the first week of classes where you are on survival mode, check in with your chair and talk about this process. So one of the first things that you have to actually include is the elaborations, which your chair can provide. There are departmental elaborations that may be nuances for your discipline that talk about what is mastery of learning of your discipline, what is teaching effectiveness, what does count as scholarship, what are the expectations of service within this department. So having those conversations with your department chairs will be really important. They can give you a copy, or the departmental secretaries can give you that copy. Once you get that copy, one of the real simple ways in which I developed my folder, I just tucked everything into a traditional simple file folder and gathered things as I was going along. If I thought I would need it, I would put it in that folder. And then when I sat down, I would have everything. It's kind of like your taxes, right? You put it in a shoebox. So it's finding one place that you'll have everything stored. So then the next thing that you'll have to have in there are some transmittal forms, an inventory form, and actually a record of access. And those are all available on the internet. It's simply print them out and put them in. And the record of access is important so that then you know who has looked at your file and when. And the inventory is all of the things that you've put in there, so that it's a record of all the things that you've added to your own file. One of the other things that you should have all gotten your appointment letters. Tuck that in your folder, because that will need to go in your file. So making sure that that information is posted in there. Your Vita, which make sure you update to put your new position on there. Then also looking at addressing the areas of teaching effectiveness. And Kurt and Jason and Allison talked about some things that I think are really important overall, and specifically in this particular semester, because we'll be wrapping up the semester remotely, is that when asking for the course opinion surveys, we know that we don't get as good of a return rate when class surveys are completed in remote fashion. So what I would advise you to do is, much like Kurt mentioned, is exit slips. So gathering information throughout the semester to help you gather feedback from your students, how they're doing, where they are progressing in the course and how they're progressing. And then I would add another component is then a reflection on how you are addressing some of their concerns, so that you're kind of chronicling, again, telling your story of how you're working to be an effective instructor. So working on that. Syllabi and things like that, assignments and assessments are suggested to put in your file. I highly recommend that you put them in there, because as folks are trying to help guide you along this journey of success and tenure. Helping you, looking at those and having conversations or providing feedback are extremely critical. They can understand what your thought processes may have been as you were developing these or doing an assessment. So I think it can only enhance the feedback, whether it's positive or constructive, that it can only enhance you as you develop as a scholar and teacher here at SUNY Plattsburgh. And then the scholarly ability, and as Rowena had mentioned, having a plan. After the first year, I think one of the most important things is having a research plan outlined and a map from which you're going to go. As a former teacher myself in K-12, the first year is going to wind up being a blur, and probably even more so now with COVID and all the different modalities in which we'll be teaching in, because all the preps are new, all of the work that you're doing is all brand new. So all of your energy is going towards the teaching and developing a research agenda. So I think the research agenda will be one of the key components this first year, and then subsequently you can kind of evaluate how you're progressing toward it. And again, it could be modified. And then university service is documenting the university service that you're doing. Now, some folks are going to tell you, probably your chair, your deans, other folks are going to say no. And as humans, the word no is sometimes hard to accept, but that's out of love and hope for your success, because we are often inclined to take on those service obligations because generally we can see the fruits of our labor pretty quickly because we're being part of something or doing something, and it's easy to then to put off some of the other key things. So one of the nice places that I recommend folks start is within your department, keeping it so that it's kind of small, you're engaging, connecting with your immediate colleagues, so you're getting a support system, and then maybe branch out a little bit into your school, and then taking on some more global campus-wide service opportunities. Now, again, I recommend talking to your chair and your dean about that, but try to make things so you don't bite the whole elephant at once. So we want to make sure what you're doing is realistic. Any other questions you have about those? Those are the required ones, but any other questions about components you thought might have to go in there, write those down, because at the end we will take questions and I'm happy to answer those. I'm going to now pass the conversation. Is it you, Diane?
Yes, it is.
All right.
Thank you, Denise. Okay, I do want to point out, I failed to do this earlier, that the materials related to this session as well are available on the Google Drive, and the forms, the evaluation agreement, and the evaluation calendar are all posted in that Google Drive under session 9. There you go. Rowena's got a copy of it as well. Okay, now, in terms of the timeline for your evaluation and when you might submit, this is all governed actually by the SUNY Board of Trustees policies, which dictate how much time in terms of the notice of renewal an employee is entitled to based on their years of service. And the calendar was built around that. The Board of Trustees policy states that if you are a full-time employee on a term basis in your first year of hire, you are entitled to 3 months notice before your actual appointment ends as to whether or not you will be renewed or not. When you are in your second year of service, you're entitled to a 6-month notice. And when you're in your third year or thereafter, you're entitled to a full year notice.
Diane?
If you are a part-time.
Diane?
Yes.
Up for a second. Are we supposed to be looking at something?
No, and I don't know. There we go. Someone else might have put that up. I'm sorry. Okay. If you're a part-time term adjunct lecturer, you actually are entitled to 45 days notice, and anyone on a temporary appointment does not have any notice requirement at all. So for the majority of you, all full-time faculty in your first year with a one-year appointment, your evaluation will fall under cycle A, I'm sorry. And cycle A actually begins during the spring semester. Your file will be due to your department secretary on Tuesday, January 26th, 2021. Sounds like a long way off. It'll be here before we know it. And the evaluation will take place and continue and actually end on 6th, when you will actually receive notification from the campus president. Then each year, as you're renewed with another year, if it's a one-year reappointment, your evaluation will fall, if you're full-time, under cycle B. And in the following year, it will be cycle C. So what that could technically mean is that you will be submitting evaluations each semester for 3 semesters in a row if you are on one-year reappointments. And again, that's driven by the SUNY Board of Trustees policy. Once you reach your 3rd year of service, you will be submitting a file each year under cycle C until you are reviewed if you are on a tenure track line. Once you would obtain a tenure decision, you no longer submit review files unless you are asking to be reviewed for promotion to full professor. It's also customary on campus that those going up for tenure may also be requesting consideration for promotion from assistant to associate. That is not a given, but it is somewhat customary. Having said that, I think I'm going to stop here and turn it over to Kim.
I'd like to just pop in for a second and because I'm also so new and reassure all the new faculty. Diane has so experienced, she has all these dates and cycles, she's fluent in this language. But all the documents I just went in while she was talking, all laid out very clearly in that shared file. So don't feel like too overwhelmed by all the cycles and different things. It will be made clear to you. So I just wanted to say that.
Right.
Can point out as well too. Can I also say that a wonderful resource, at least in the arts and sciences, is Mel O'Connell, who is our administrative assistant in the dean's office. She also has all of these dates and cycles in her head. So
that's so true, Jeannie. And actually, quite frankly, all of the dean's secretaries do usually issue memos to the faculty, alerting them in advance as to when their next review will be coming up and what cycle and dates that will fall. You know, I do apologize. I neglected to mention for those adjunct faculty attending today as well, your evaluations, again, depending on your instruction. If you are teaching fall only, your evaluation will occur during cycle E when you look at the schedule. And if you are teaching both fall and spring, or spring only, your evaluation will be conducted in the spring. And those are usually generally, they take place the year following your initial year of instruction. Kim.
Yeah, well, I think I just shared the screen with the different cycles on it. So the biggest thing that I'm was going to talk about here is just, let me share my screen again, is our workshop that we have. We have 2 workshops planned that you will definitely want to attend. They are online. The first one is Tuesday, September 15th at 11 o'clock and running till about 12:30, but we often run over for people who want to continue asking questions. And then the second one is Wednesday, September 23rd at noon. I think Cassie will be sending out invitations. Is that correct, Diane?
Yes, Kim, she will, but also anyone who wants to reserve a spot now based on their own schedules and calendars, we welcome them to reach out to Cassie, and she will be sending a link and the invitation as we get closer.
Yeah, so these workshops are very thorough, and you'll get a good sense of the construction of the file, the process in which it happens, a little bit of the background on how it was set up. It actually this process originated through actually a negotiation between the chapter, the union chapter and the administration in 1995. In that regard, it's kind of unique in SUNY in terms of the policies. The policies for reappointment, promotion, and tenure are spelled out in both the policies of the SUNY Board of Trustees and in the contract, and our performance evaluation process is an addendum to that. Personally, I think it's about as fair a system as you can have in a subjective evaluation process. And frankly, the attention that was paid by the administration and by the union to the evaluation process was one of the prime reasons why I came here in the first place in 1989. So we have a long history of having a good process, and we always try to make it better. I can show you one more link here. I put them in the chat box. If you saw them, now I'm lost where the chat box is here. I guess I have to stop sharing. So up here at the top, we have a link to the Plattsburgh chapter page. I don't know if that's sharing or not. And then to the academic toolkit, and then the actual performance evaluation is available on several sites. It's available on the Provost site on the web. It's available on our chapter site that's in the chat box here. Without, I guess it's time to open it up to questions.
Yes. Oh, we anticipated that there might be quite a few.
So one of the things that will be happening in the not too distant future is that we will be implementing electronic files. We currently do not have the policies or the procedures worked out for electronic files, but it will be happening fairly soon. So as you're putting your files together, you might keep that in mind, that that the conversion, you might want to be setting up both a hard copy file, but also a folder with electronic documents that will be ready to port to electronic forms, hopefully in the near future.
Kim, I'll ask you a question because, I'm aware that when COVID hit last spring and many institutions looked at their tenure clock and provided extensions because there were faculty that were not able to participate in conferences or just continue at the same pace in meeting their goals because of the disruption, right? And we also know that we're facing some budgetary challenges this year that are restricting travel compensation for faculty. So is there a discussion in place? Do you expect that there will be an additional extension or?
So this has already been actually in place, and it is something we should talk about. So all faculty were hired for this fall and last spring. And I'm not sure about this coming spring, but definitely for last spring and this fall, are actually on an extended, as they right now are already on an extended tenure track. So it's so that right now it would be the evaluation for tenure would come in your 7th year. Now, you can request that you return to the normal tenure track at any time, and you can make that decision anytime up until about 6 months before your tenure evaluation, which will be down the road quite a bit. 6 months before, in other words, if you wanted to go on your normal time schedule, you would make that, you would inform your chair and your dean 6 months before that that evaluation in your 6th year. It's always asking your department, or especially your division secretary or the provost's office for your timeline can be important because it can be very confusing. The policies of the Board of Trustees states that you cannot work an 8th year without being permanent. But because of the way we have our evaluation system set up, and because you have a 1-year notice of non-renewal, the evaluation for your 8th year actually comes in your 6th year of employment. So, so it's just kind of a nuance.
Thank you,
It is
Kim.
nice because if you're non-renewed for whatever reason, you still have a 1-year, you have still have a year year of employment ahead of you. I would say that some of you, how many of you, just if we can see a raise of hands, have been through an evaluation process for before? So yeah, not that many of you. So, you know, it can be it is actually an extremely personal experience, and it can, and it's a, you know, and it's a process that can cause us a significant amount of anxiety. We have attempted as much as possible to take the ambiguity out of the process, so that, you know, so that it's open, it's transparent, you know where you are in the process. You have the ability to add comments as the process goes through. It severely limits the ability of people outside of the process to affect your individual process. So we'll go all through that during the workshops. But I think you'll find that although it may seem like a complicated process, it goes to the favor of the employee under review. One thing I don't know if Rowena had touched on, the fact that the process itself is designed to be formative, so that the process itself is designed to make you, or to create, a better faculty member. It's not, it does not have an expectation that you are a perfect faculty member when you start out. It starts off with the idea that, you know, that this is that forming a faculty member is a two-way street. A tenure track position is a significant investment to the college, and there's no point in wasting that investment. So, you know, so the process, I believe the process is extremely valuable, extremely good.
Are there other questions?
Come on, you have to ask a question before we let you go.
This is just a kind of an administrative thing, but I want to make sure you shared your screen for those 2 workshops that are happening on September 15th and September 23rd. And you mentioned we would be contacted about that through email, or were we supposed to actually reach out to someone to be put on the list for that? I just want to be clear, they sound invaluable. So
Yeah. Scott, there is in the Google Drive, the link is on the agenda. There is a copy of the workshop information in the flyer, and there is an email address for Cassie Burrell. You may reach out to her directly. She will also be issuing, as we get closer, as we get into the semester anyway, she'll be issuing an email to each of you as well as a reminder, and then you can reach out to her to RSVP for these sessions. It will be done via Zoom, and the sessions will be recorded. So if you are unable to attend either of those days or times, you will be able to view those. And certainly, as Kim mentioned, you know, we are here for you if you have questions or need assistance, as are your deans and your dean secretaries as well.
Great, thank you. That was, of course, the one file in that folder I hadn't clicked on, so thanks.
You're welcome.
My first teaching job, my chair came and this was during the spring, I think, if I remember right. He just came by my office one day and said, you know, your file's due next week. I said, what file? I had not a clue that there was any kind of evaluation process in place. Nobody had ever told me. I'd been working there for almost a year.
Well, we don't want it to be quite a surprise like that.
I have a quick question. I'm curious if service outside of the university, community service, counts for in the process.
Absolutely, and I would say it depends on obviously your school, but for the School of Business and Economics, we are AACSB accredited, and one of the metrics we have to show improvement and document is impact, which is basically precisely what you just described. How is the service that our faculty are doing, or even scholarship for that matter, having a material difference in the community that we are surrounded? So for us, definitely.
Rowena, would you also say that that is also important to have chair consultation on?
Oh, absolutely.
Because there are things that have to be done in any department, right? And so the chair needs to think about how they can get done. And just want to make sure that people would recognize that chair assignment of responsibilities is important.
Absolutely. And I think one of the things, I mean, if I could highlight, I think you have to speak with your chair, and also Denise talked about this, know your own personal story. We would like this process to be manageable for you, particularly during COVID-19. But I also, for those of you who are super ambitious and you feel like you're in a, like if this is your second time through this process, like becoming an assistant professor, you might want to pursue different kinds of service or leadership activities sooner rather than later. So don't let that necessarily stop you, but we also just want to make sure you know we understand you're new to the institution, you're new to the students that we are servicing, and so you don't have to feel overwhelmed from that perspective. But again, if you have different goals, speak with your dissertation chair. Listen to me, with your chair, and they can be obviously very, very helpful in that process.
I think the president spoke this morning about the transition from working in isolation to working in a department, and I think that that's well taken. Talk to people, talk amongst yourselves, among your peer group, but talk to senior faculty too. Don't want to talk, and you'll get a sense of, you'll just get a sense of how things, how things are laying, and it will be really beneficial to you all the way around. I mean, it's not that you have to follow a particular mold, or that people are actually going to try to force you into a particular mold, but it's all information that's good for your own purposes to evaluate, where you want to put your efforts and the importance of what you're doing.
Okay, any other questions at all? Okay, there being none then, I think I thank you. Rowena, Denise, Kim, thank you very much for sharing. And certainly again, to everyone, I encourage you, if you have questions, feel free, please reach out. And definitely mark the dates for the workshops. Those will be more in depth and certainly be very informative. Now, having said that, it's my pleasure to turn the program over to Dean Heller-Ross, Holly Heller-Ross, who is the Dean for Library and Information Technology Services. Hello, Holly.
Hello, thank you, Diane, and good afternoon, everyone. I really, really wish that you were here in Feinberg Library so that we could show you our beautiful building and treat you to some beverages and snacks after your long day. But, you know, let me just say we are thrilled to have you as members of our community. And I want to really let you know that Library and Information Technology Services is here to help you. So we have many, many ways that we support your work. So we support your office technology, we support your online platform, we support your telephone, we support your research agenda to the best of our ability. We support your students. We offer study space for your students. We offer, in normal times, right, non-COVID times, meeting space for students, group study, collaborative workspace. For faculty, we offer the best support that we can for your curriculum development. We want to be your partner in the academic enterprise, and we do that by providing as many resources as we can possibly buy and as many services as we can possibly organize to meet your needs. So every single one of you in an academic department has a designated library liaison. And in addition to that, all of you have access to centralized IT services. So if you've come from a large graduate program or a larger college, there might have been decentralized school technology services. At Plattsburgh, we have one help desk that serves the entire campus, students, faculty, and staff. We have one network that serves the entire campus. We have one programming team that serves the entire campus. And we have one central library that serves the entire campus. So if you're offering an undergraduate curriculum, it's Feinberg Library. If you're offering a graduate curriculum or a certificate, it's Feinberg Library. So you may find practices that had worked for you at your previous school that are a little different here. And that's partly why we have our library liaison program. So I can see on my screen some of our librarians, and aside from extending our welcome to you and hoping that we will see you in Feinberg Library, because we are open despite the reduction in our seating and our social distancing arrangements. And we have plexiglass in front of our service desks, and we have cleaning supplies everywhere. And we want one person in the elevator, wear your mask, no food and drink. We still want you to come. We want you to come and look at our book collection and recommend that your students use our services. And we really want you to learn what it is that we have to offer for you, for your students, for your curriculum development, and for your research needs. I didn't, when I listed the technology services, I want to include the online learning support and instructional design support. I know you met John Locke earlier today. His office and his work is also part of LITS. And he works very closely with the Center for Teaching Excellence, as well as our library faculty and our IT areas, to make sure that we're giving you a coordinated support. So at this point, and I see some of my librarians nodding and smiling because they want to meet you, and I'm going to turn it over to folks one at a time. So I'm going to call on people just for simplification. Gordon Muir first, then Karen, then Michelle, Deborah, Elin, Josh, Melina. Welcome back, Melina. She's actually been away herself. Looking for any other librarians. I think that may be it. No, Mila. And then after that, some of our IT coordinators are on the call, and I'd like to give them a chance to welcome you as well. So we'll start with Gordon Muir.
Oh, good. I get to start. So I'm Gordon Muir. This is me. I'm the liaison for biology, chemistry, physics, and environmental science. So if you're in those areas, I'm the one. I'm also the head of collection development. So I try to find the money to buy the stuff that you need. Whether it's interlibrary loan, setting up for that, Mila can talk about more, or purchasing databases, access to media, etc. That's my area of responsibility. That's all I got.
Thanks, Gordon. Okay, Karen.
I think I'm muted here, right? Yeah. Please welcome to SUNY Plattsburgh. This is so different. I participated in these orientations for many years as union president and Senate chair, and this is just the first time we're online in Zoom. So I am, oh, I see, Michelle's posted something here. I work with many of the departments in the business school, and I'm also the liaison to Latin American studies. You know, please contact me should you have any questions. I'm here in town. This has just been kind of a crazy semester, and my father just moved back from England, so I'm just kind of going crazy, but you know, please reach out. My email, I'm here. So thank you.
Great. Thanks, Karen. So let me just say before we move on to Michelle, if you have a question that your department chair, you know, doesn't answer, you just quickly want to get a referral on something. Most of our librarians are out and about on campus and in committees as members of the faculty, just as you are. So please think of us as your resource people for any kind of question, and not just about library services or not just about technology services, but anything that you might have a question about. We are here to help you. So, Michelle.
Hello, my name is Michelle Toth. I primarily work in instruction. I am the liaison for the English department, theater, journalism, public relations, and I also work with any faculty and staff at our branch campus. I also coordinate our LIB 200 course, which is a gen ed requirement, and the complementary proficiency exam. So if you're advising students and you have questions about the library course or the proficiency exam, you can contact me. Happy to help you out. I also work with library staff on our textbooks on reserve program. We're a little hampered this year by budget, but we do have well over 100 different textbooks included in our collection. And while we're physically open, they're still available to our students at this point. I did include in the chat box, about a year ago, we had student interns and student employees do a video tour of the library. So if you're not physically with us and you would like to see what the library normally looks like, please take a moment and look at the video.
Yes, thanks, Michelle. Joshua.
Hi, everyone. My name's Joshua Binney. I'm another instruction and reference librarian. My liaison areas are art, anthropology, history, political science, and sociology. I also run the college's institutional repository, which I'm actually pretty proud to show you this because literally as of today, we've effectively, SUNY has relaunched a system-wide institutional repository of which we're a major part to start, and I'm going to include that link in the chat here. So if you're publishing or if your students are publishing, we're very happy to take open access versions of your work and put them up on the web, so easily searchable and accessible through Google Scholar. It's a great service and it's free for you to post to and free for the world to download from. Thank you.
That's really great. Thanks, Joshua. Elin.
Hi, everybody. My name is Elin O'Hara-Gagne. I'm the coordinator of the library's Instruction and Reference Services unit. I just want to reiterate that despite the fact that 70% of the campus courses are going to be hybrid or online, all of the normal library reference services will be provided just virtually this year. If you go to the library webpage, you'll be able to see at the bottom left a box that normally during business hours allows staff, faculty, students to type in reference questions that are sent to the reference librarians, and then the librarians will answer virtually. We also provide one-on-one research appointments with students that students can self-schedule on the library webpage. And those sessions are virtual as well using Zoom. And we also are offering library instruction sessions. Any sessions that you think your students need related to citing, plagiarism, research strategies, subject headings, whatever it is, we can provide that instruction virtually via Zoom sessions or any sort of asynchronous course materials you might feel are appropriate for your students in your content area. So all of the library services that you normally enjoy face-to-face, we can provide you, only it'll be virtual. And I'm also the library liaison to psychology, social work, human development and family relations, counseling, and communication sciences and disorders. So if any of you are faculty in those departments, I'm Elin, and I am happy to be able to spend some time with all of you over the next years. Oh, Callie, can I say one more thing? Quick shout out for the campus EAP program. All the SUNY schools have an employee assistance program that allows faculty, staff, retirees, and their family members to seek any sort of referrals or resources from me that you might need to deal with any matter of any kind that affects your ability to perform your work responsibilities effectively, or keep your work-life balance a little sort of on keel. And that has run the gamut from you need help finding childcare, you need a lawyer referral, you need a new primary care physician, you need a mental health referral, someone you know needs rehab. How does that process start? Anything that you could possibly want to know about your work-life balance, don't hesitate to email me, and I can help you out with resources and referrals, okay? Thanks, Holly.
Elin wears many hats on campus, as several of our library faculty have. You know, Karen mentioned involvement in the union. She was our chapter president. Michelle has been our provost assessment fellow. Joshua also teaches in the history department. Elin also teaches and currently also is chairing social work department. If you're not experienced with a library faculty where they are members of the faculty, full functionality in that way, that's who we are here at Plattsburgh. Deborah.
Hello, everyone. I'm Deborah Kimmock, and I just want to say, to get started on the fun side, normally when we have this orientation, it's in the library and we have wine and hors d'oeuvres. So anyone who feels they're ready, go ahead and pour yourself a glass of wine because it's time. So I'm a reference and instruction librarian. I've been at SUNY Plattsburgh for going on 20 years, which kind of blows my mind. Since 2013, I've also managed special collections and the college archives, which is on our campus, they're combined in one space. So it's local history collections and then college history collections. We do have our own web presence within the library website. And as soon as I stop talking, I'll post that link if you want to explore it. Many of our finding aids to our collections are online, many are not. That's a work in progress. So if you're looking for something specific or some specific topic, just send me an email. I'm happy to look into it for you to see what we have. You know, we're a kind of a 3/4 person show. So, you know, getting everything online is a challenge. But we have other ways of finding materials. So students, faculty, and staff have used our collections for all kinds of reasons, and you're welcome to continue to use our collections. We are closed for the fall semester, however, remaining open by appointment for campus faculty, staff, and students, and I welcome those appointments. The best way to make one is to contact me through email. Which is on, you can find on the Plattsburgh website and through special collections web pages. I'm happy to, if there are materials that you need for a class, I'm happy to make photocopies or scans as long as it's not, you know, a huge amount because it takes a lot of time. But I don't mind doing a few things if you want to just, you know, give your students an introduction to a topic or archives in general. Generally, we do entertain classes in special collections, but of course this semester we're closed, and we're closed because it's a small area. It's really not large enough to host an entire class safely. So that's all I have to say. If you have questions, reach out, let me know. Happy to talk to you about anything.
Thank you, Deborah. Let me ask Melina next.
Right, sure thing. Hi, everyone. Hi, Holly. Nice to see you. I'm just returning, as Holly mentioned, I'm just returning from leave after welcoming a new baby in May. I'm very excited to see all of you new faculty here, even though things are highly irregular, as everybody has noted. So let me just tell you, my liaison areas are education. Hold on, I have the list here. Education, hospitality management, economics and finance, and I'm newly appointed liaison of criminal justice. So if you're faculty in any of those departments and you need anything from the library, just feel free to reach out. My other program area that I oversee is open educational resources. I'm not sure if any of you are familiar with open educational resources, but they're basically resources that are free to you and your students for teaching and learning, free and also openly licensed. There's been a lot of interest, obviously, in using these types of resources lately because we are looking at such unusual circumstances for teaching and learning, and you know, also kind of difficult financial situations for a lot of our students. So, you know, it might not seem like a lot, but, you know, saving the students a cost of a textbook can really make a big difference to some of them, and can really help them with their success. So if you're curious about, to learn more about open educational resources, interested in trying to get an idea of what's available in your subject area, please feel free to get in touch. I can do some searches for you. I can do a consult. We can set up a Zoom meeting, and we can talk through a little bit about what might be available. I can answer any of your questions. I'm going to drop another link in the chat. I do have a guide to open educational resources that I put together. And since I was on leave, I haven't updated it. I usually update it over the summer, but it should be fairly up to date for now. So if you wanted to learn more, that would be a good starting point, but also just feel free to get in touch. And I believe that's all I have to say. Just welcome, and you know, hopefully we'll be getting back to normal and we can all, you know, convene together soon and you know, be seeing each other in our offices, I hope, before too much longer. But good luck with the semester, and welcome, and nice to see all of you.
Thanks, Melina. So Mila Sue, I think, is the last library faculty member on the call. If I missed something, but I will run through my list again. So Mila. Oh, I think you're muted still.
There we go. Okay, well, welcome. I hope you have been having a fun day of orientation via Zoom. And usually, as other librarians have mentioned, we're at the downtime where you can sort of relax and shake out the sitting in one place and being talked at for hours, have a drink and have some nibbles. But here we are. So I'm the interlibrary loan manager, and we have been continuing to process electronic requests. We are working through some process right now because of some accommodation issues, and we are hoping to have physical requests become available in the near future. There will be an announcement when that happens, along with some background information for everyone to be aware of. It is not going to be as timely as we've been in the past due to many other complications because of COVID and other institutions that we work with. I am the liaison with fitness and wellness, nursing, nutrition, gender women's studies, math, comp sci, expeditionary studies, and philosophy. And that's a lot. I also am the faculty athletics representative, which means that I work with our student athletes, our athletic department, and with faculty and academics and the president in terms of finding really the balance our student athletes face in their lives here in college. So there's a lot of different avenues that are related to that, but I just wanted to mention that as well.
Yeah. Thank you, Mila. So you're going to, in your new role, in your new departments, you're going to be interacting with the library faculty for your students and for your own classes, and you'll be interacting with many of them on college committees as well. So you'll see library faculty in faculty senate, on faculty senate committees, on college planning committees, you know, graduation planning committee, whatever happens on campus, the faculty and staff of library and information technology services are there. We're your partners. We're in that with you. Before I ask my unit coordinators and my assistant CIO, John Bradley, to introduce themselves, John Locke has asked if I could give him a little bit of time for a testimonial. So go for it, John.
Yeah, I won't take up too much of your time. You already listened to me earlier today with regard to my day job. But I also mentioned to you that I have the privilege of teaching courses here on campus too. And so in that regard, I'm very much like you. And I just can't say enough about the liaison program with librarians here. I do kind of an ongoing research project with my students that lasts the whole semester, and I have my librarian liaison actually come and do about a 20-minute presentation for my students on the available resources that the library has to offer. And they can tell you that when they first come in, the students kind of raise an eyebrow like, what's this person doing here? And 5 minutes into the presentation, they're like, oh, really? You have that? And it's just, you know, and I don't have to try to sell it, although I think I'm a pretty good sales guy. I don't have to try to sell the resources we have. And I don't know as much about what we have as these folks do. So I highly recommend to tap into their expertise, both for yourself. Speaking of yourself, I just finished my dissertation 2 years ago. I had a chapter on the history and resurgence of the illustrated novel, and I went to visit Deborah in in her area, and we have a first edition copy of Melville's Moby Dick down there, as well as some of the original sketches for the book in the Rockwell Museum, which is attached to the library right over here. So we're a wealth, the library has a wealth of resources for both you and your students, and I highly recommend, even in these days of virtual connectivity, we will do our best to make sure that all that the library has to offer is available to you. And with that, I hand back the rest of my time. Thank you. Welcome again.
Thank you, John. I really appreciate that. So I do see John Bradley, my assistant CIO, and Bernie Grabowski on the call, and I would like to ask them to introduce themselves as well.
Hi, my name is John Bradley. As Holly said, I'm the assistant CIO. I have about 5 different areas I handle: service management, project management, communications, information security, and for life, I can't remember the 5th one right now. So let's just focus on 2 that you might interact with me on. Fortunately, in these 2 areas, communication, information security, I have people working with me who are better skilled than I am. So you'll largely be dealing with Mark Mastrian in communication and Simon Molders in information security. How it intersects with you in terms of information security is it's just, if you need software, if you need hardware, if you need stuff like that, and it requires a contractual review or some other security review, or if you're running into a problem, we're here to help you, not stop you. So please check in early and check in whenever you need. Also, in terms of service management, if you find yourself lost and you can't figure out who to ask for something, please feel free to give me a shout. I try to maintain our catalog, and I also try to offer directional advice in other areas. So just give me a shout if you need anything. I think one of your early needs may be classroom software or other software. And I know Alyssa's on here as the host. She's performing a support function. But if you need any information on that, please feel free to contact me. I'm putting the link to the overview of LITS in the chat. So please take advantage. Have a good one.
Thank you, John. And you know, John and I are alums. Both of us graduated from Plattsburgh State in the same year. Deborah's an alum as well. Elin has her 2nd master's through the college. And I think my next person I want to introduce you to is also an alum, right, Bernie?
Yes, I am. For 32 years I've been here. John, I don't know, I think you got me beat. But no, this is the best session overall, the one right with me. So pay attention. This is infrastructure. So I coordinate services for voice, data, network, the card access, security on campus, and video as well. So I see we didn't lose anybody yet. So we do all the connectivity pieces of that. So a lot of the projects, proposals, a lot of the stuff you see on campus that's going on, that kind of goes through our office to coordinate all these services. So we work with the help desk, we work with systems, we work with the support, we work with a lot of areas on campus to kind of bring it all together. So we do a lot of sustainability planning. We have a plan that's about 10 years in length So we kind of go through that for the most part in terms of looking at how do we sustain the network on campus, how do we sustain services on campus for you all. So it's a pretty big project, a pretty big area that we work with. Again, welcome aboard, and hopefully you have a great afternoon and a great semester.
Great, thank you, Bernie. We know that the services that we provide are not perfect by any stretch of the imagination. What we want you to know is that we are here to help you, to do our best to help you. We want to hear about what's working well for you and what isn't. The liaison program is a way for you to connect with one person as your sort of go-to, but please feel free to contact, any of us with a request for help. A complaint is an opportunity for us to serve you better. We genuinely believe that. Nobody likes to get complaints. They hurt our ego, but we know that it's necessary for you to tell us what we're doing well, what we're doing right for you, and what we're not doing right for you. What's working for you and your students, and what's not working for you and your students. And Sut, I know you're down at the branch. We work with the branch. We have connections with their library. We have connections with their IT people. We will send someone down if we need to, and we work with Steve Dana and Michelle and Emma. We're going to do everything we can to support all of you. And that's the basic message. So with that, I appreciate your time, and I've turned the program back over to Diane.
Holly and your staff, thank you very much. I appreciate all of you coming out today and sharing all this important and informative information. You do an excellent job. Thank you. Yes, we have a question.
For Excel QM, do I request from your department, or where should I request for the installation?
Put in a help desk request. You can email it to helpdesk@plattsburgh.edu. And what we will do is we will look for, do we have it? Can we get it for you? Do we have it on, is there a state contract we can buy from? How would we run it? And then tell us as much information as you can about how you're going to use it. Is it going to be for class? Is it going to be for research? Do you need it installed, through a cloud service so that your students can use it? Is it just on your one desktop? Whatever you can tell us about what your need is. We may not be able to get it for you, either for budget or security, or there's no state contract. Any of those reasons could derail the request, but please ask us. Thank you.
Are there other questions at all for Holly or her staff? Okay, seeing none, I want to turn the program over to Kim Hartshorn again for just a quick update. Kim.
Yeah, hi everyone. So I did give you some mistaken information about the 10-year extension. It does not include fall 2020 hires. If the COVID situation continues for much longer, I can imagine that might change, but currently it does not include you all. So sorry for that mistaken information, but we'll keep you posted.
Okay, so just for clarification, Kim, then the tenure clock is a full 7 years of service, with notice provided in the 6th year of service. Very good. Sorry for that misinformation. Okay, now having said that, Alyssa, I'm going to ask that you please stop the recording at this point. That concludes